Hey guys. Welcome everyone. Welcome. Hope everyone's had a good week so far. Welcome, welcome. I've had a rather busy week. I know my week hasn't, well, the busyness of my week hasn't been reflected in streams, but I've been working on a lot of stuff. The most important thing of which is my not D&D, Pathfinder. I keep wanting to say D&D, but it's Pathfinder. Yeah, I've been working on my Pathfinder campaign a lot. It's taking a lot of work, but I'm enjoying it immensely. I've technically already finished planning out the entirety of my final dungeon in my Pathfinder campaign, which as soon as the party completes the final dungeon, the short campaign, would technically be over. I only started this campaign as just, a test run to see if I enjoy DMing. And I think the test has been very, very successful. More successful than I ever thought possible. I've enjoyed DMing so much. I'm actually really excited to continue my campaign after I finish my short campaign. But I'm gonna need a short hiatus after we finish because I have a lot of work I need to do behind the scenes, which is waiting for me, and that's gonna take the time that I would have. Oh, I can either work on the campaign or work on my avatar upgrade project. I can't do both at the same time. It's too difficult for me to do so. It takes a lot of effort for me to write the campaign, and I'm not gonna be able to do it while also doing avatar upgrade work. So yeah, after this short campaign is over, I'm gonna take a short hiatus from DMing to get my avatar upgrade done, and then once the avatar upgrade's done, then I'll go back to DMing. Hi Cass, welcome. Welcome Cass. Wait, are you still awake or have you already slept? I can't tell if you're awake or I can't tell if you're up late or you're up early. Yes. Okay, I'll take that as a you haven't slept yet. I'll be getting more sleep. Okay.
So my ping go, yeah. We're gonna be doing roadworks today.
I know that, Chet. I know that.
Wait, really? You need to go again? Didn't I already go? Yeah. Technically, today's stream in Stranding is going to be mostly roadworks.
I
Oh wow, really? You need You need to go there badly? Okay.
Technically,
I was supposed to do the roadworks off stream. The problem is that I'm stuck in here.
chat, I'm stuck. I can't exit the room because there's a cutscene.
So all the roadworks I said I was going to do after stream,
After the last stream.
I haven't done them at all.
So, yeah, we're gonna be doing them today
After watching this cutscene, I blame Kylon for this.
because Kylon, told me it was safe for me to, quit, save and exit after last stream, but it turns out it wasn't safe. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, Cass. I'm not sure if you were here since the start, but I've already completed the keep, which is a final kind of sort of dungeon-ish. It's not really a full dungeon, just like a short segment.
But yeah,
EX grenade number 0.
the keep is completed.
Encounters are completed.
I'm looking forward to it this weekend.
Been here since we started? Okay.
Let me see what happens if I take picture while...
As you can see, Chan, baby is missing.
his little carrier is not here.
That's why I couldn't do the roadworks.
It's Kylon's fault. Baby's missing, I don't know what happened to...
I'm gonna find out what happened to baby together, Chan.
I need to go...
Complete and claim those.
thumbnail.
Charles Khan, Ojutech showing you some weird stuff.
Oh.
Oh, Cass, I actually trying to think of a way to progress your relic weapon. I have an idea, although technically according to the game mastery guide, I'm supposed to wait longer before giving you more stuff, but on the other hand, I'm like, technically giving you this upgrade won't give you that much power. It would give you a lot of power if you were to put the relic weapon in the hands of a martial class, because the martial classes won't have all of these spell-like abilities. But because you're a sorcerer, me giving you these upgrades I feel like wouldn't really overpower you too much. So I'm trying to figure out how to loop. If I run under the assumption that I'm okay with giving you these power-ups, I'm trying to figure out how to loop them into the story progression.
Okay, so she's just a plot point for your character, yeah.
Knowing what encounters I already have coming, I'm trying to think about how you could increase your power. I have an idea, but I'm not sure if this would... Just another cantrip right now as far as power goes.
Yeah.
I mean, all of the relic abilities are either cantrip or level 1-esque spell-like abilities.
Pretty much.
like one of your abilities is to gain heat vision. That was one of the options I gave you, but you went for the fire lance thing. Another says you will never get cold. Another power that I'm thinking of maybe giving you is protection from good. It's kind of like protection from good. If according to the game mastery guide, I should not give you the major gifts until you're at least level 6. So yeah. Because I'll be giving you spell-like abilities that would only be accessible to other characters of level 6 and above. So I have to keep it to the minor gifts. Something about seduction makes sense. Yeah, I would. I have an idea. Yeah, I think I have an idea of how. Oh, I have an idea. Oh, I just thought of something. Oh, something that would be. Yeah, I think I have an idea. Hi, Mitchell. Welcome. Oh, you weren't able to sleep last night? Oh, I'm sorry. I hope your blood work goes okay, relatively. Yeah, I have an idea of what I can do for you, darling. Yeah. Okay. It's just to advance the plot of your character. Yeah, I would say expect most of the powers that you would get from the relic to be utility based, unless you want to request a very specific divine spell to be entered into the relic. If you want a specific divine spell, I'm open to talking about it, but you need to give me a spell to put into the relic. Okay? So yeah. I'm gonna be drawing from the gift section unless you have an idea of a divine spell that would suit your character. Feel free to think about it. You don't have to let me know this soon because at earliest, the only time you'll be able to gain this would be, I think, in the keep, and that is if I rush it. If I don't rush it and let it take its time, then it'll likely be after the short campaign is over and we resume the campaign. Also, we're just planning on killing the entire party. I'm sure I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. I'll be fine. Trust me. Okay, let me read this. Added a few strings to my bow of light. Sometimes to pick up these strange thread-like structures linking the ground and the sky. We read about those in the Odridek user's manual. And yes, it does come with a user's manual. It does. I guess this is like the tutorials, the user's manual. The Odridek design was based on spools of thread that people used to soothe babies when they were upset. If that's the case, it makes sense that you react to people's feelings, right? What?
Uh,
The threats of the chiral network itself, really.
Piles of stones or mushrooms.
He's referring to player created structures.
The stone and
The redstone and the piss shrooms.
Mama the fallen angel.
One wing fellow, who the hell are you?
Oh, okay.
The tires all gone too. Oh, okay, so the anti-matter bomber. Well, you didn't let me see the bomb explosion.
Oh. A large and charmed dwarf came to kill the plant and toy while you command the lower goblin to being your little pet. Lol. uh, I mean,
Thinking of one of the encounters that you're about to have in the
in the keep. Something for me to consider. Hee.
You know, Audrey Mama's left shoulder, didn't she used? Someone told me it was a symbol of atonement.
Can I but think of myself as a fallen angel after that? Far above from joining Lockney in heaven.
Like ABZT Bowl, that one wing fellow who followed peaceable down to Egypt once upon a time to cause trouble for Moses.
Huh? Strange, maybe I thought she was dead already as
I suppose she already did it herself. Oh, okay.
sign the past now though. Fuck that guy should cut the cord and send baby to life where it belongs. It was the right thing to do for the kid. So 2-on-1 and Fallen Angel got a second chance.
Oh god. Mama is now two people in one body.
Yeah, okay.
If I need to pee, where other place for you to get healing items?
Yeah, something the cafe said, don't worry about it.
You're thinking too much about it.
Don't worry about it.
You're not gonna believe this, Sam, but a porter I hired, smart-ass Chum, found 2 chips. But by the time I nailed down the location of the second, it's been snatched by terrorists. I should have figured it out sooner. Thought I mastered your systems, you know? Took my eye off the ball for a second. Fuck. Probably brought the chip back to base already, too. You gotta get it back, Sam. These chips are my only chance. Get your ass to the distro center north of Mountain on City and grab that order.
Okay. Well, going to do that.
In a minute.
What?
Do I have to view here? Ah, shit.
I forgot to turn in the data. Fuck.
You don't mind everyone. The first game video my girl has huge trailing just snow under a cardboard box.
I mean,
There is that, and then there's also distracting guards by leaving porn mags on the ground. The terrorist view of bridges. The first expedition set off without any problems. Both the advance party and rearguard are en route to the west coast as we speak. We haven't reported any trouble with terrorists and the like yet, but the further out they get, the greater the danger. There's a hell of a lot of separatists out there who want nothing to do with the UCA. Some more extreme than others, perhaps, but there's no denying where they stand. Seems like just yesterday was only ideological differences. Strongly held opinions at worst. But then Kyrillium started messing with people's heads, turning extremists into demons, mules into gestalts. Wait, are we near right now? And debate into violence. And now we're headed west into their territory. Invaders coming for their freedom. They're waiting for us. Minds made up and guns in hand. Amelie and the others aren't looking for a fight. She's going to try to talk sense to the people, convince them to join us. If all the cities sign on, our nation could rise again. No one wants to take anything from these people, only to give them back what was lost. If only they could understand that. There's nothing wrong with a box. So this game has a concerning amount of bodily fluids.
Here, nothing on rainforest.
That's a fucking it's a fucking furry thing. We don't talk about furry stuff in here.
Cass, we don't talk furries.
We don't touch furries with a temple pole. Thank you very much. The following conclusions are largely derived from a handful of eyewitness accounts. While I would advise anyone to take them with a grain of salt, I still believe they are worth sharing. BTs pursue their prey through a multi-step process. First, they begin searching for a target. The handprints left behind is evidence of this behavior. Upon detection, one or more BTs will attempt to seize their target and drag it towards a much larger entity. To clarify, however, a void out does not occur at the point of contact between the giant and the human, but only once the human has been subsumed into the giant's body. We think this may be because this is the only place where antimatter is present within the entity. It goes without saying that the BTs are entirely different from any creature that is of this world, and we have much to learn about them still. One thing for certain, however, we must come to understand them, else we may never overcome the existential threat they pose. Lockney and Mama. 3 years ago. Blah blah blah, parents to researchers who work for NASA, blah blah blah.
Blah blah blah.
Mama and I were left named after a pair of craters.
What? Planet Sun.
What, really? Your name after craters?
Okay.
So that was just a letter. If Harry Potter is the least about you need to worry about the name. Oh yeah, I know. I'm familiar with what happened at Rainforest, so
Fuck that shit. We're not gonna talk about it.
So chat. Time to check
On EB?
Yes.
Yes, Sam, yes.
Yes, I know.
I know.
BB?
BB?
Are you going to jump scare me?
Lou? Ooh, looking for this? Surprise. Fragile warped me here.
Oh wow.
I finally got to visit the beach. Well, her beach. Don't worry, I didn't come all this way for the sightseeing. Your beloved BB has a serious issue.
Oh.
Well, chapter 6.
Finally a new chapter.
You may recall me explaining that these incubators connect
Gonna
BBs
drink
via the chiral
coffee,
network
chat.
to their
Okay.
still mothers back at HQ. Bridge babies are quite literally bridges between this world and the other side. Their place is not here with us, nor with the BTs over there. They belong precisely in between, with no greater affinity for one world or the other. But BB-28 here has been leaning further and further towards the world of the living. Towards you, Sam.
It's because we're partners.
Partners? Sam, a BB's a tool, not a human being. Bridge, yes. Baby, no.
So tell me what the problem is.
This tool, this weapon, is transforming into a living being. It's gaining weight. Its brain activity is increasing. It's accumulating memories. BB-28 is becoming self-aware, becoming an actual child.
Doesn't sound like a problem to me.
It's hardware, Sam. Manufactured for a purpose. a purpose it cannot fulfill outside the pod. There is a 70% risk of catastrophic failure simply in removing it. Which hardly matters because at this point, it'll cease functioning within a couple of days.
What?
Cease functioning.
Why? What the hell does that
That's
mean?
right. Not even the pod will be enough. It'll be bricked.
What do we do?
We reset it. You'll have to leave it with me, of course. I'll cut the cord that links the two of you and then perform an operation that reconnects it to the other side. Think of it as a little tug to correct its alignment, to put it back where it belongs, right between the world of the living and the dead. But like I said, you'll have to be without it for a while.
You're sure this'll work?
Of course. One catch, though. The surgery may erase its memories.
Erase? They'll forget me?
Relax. The BB will still function as intended. You just have to trust me. Come on.
No.
I'm telling you, it's like a game. Just select retry
No.
and start
No.
again.
No, not the baby.
Oh god.
And this is why I hate these things. Ooh. Sam,
Okay, he got pissed on.
I was already filthy from my trip through the beach. But now your BB has added insult to injury.
Well, what now? What the fuck do I do? I'm not sure which button I should press.
What? What? What?
Shh. No one can spy on us in here. It's just you and me.
Okay.
No audio records of what we say. No video for lip
Oh
reading
my.
analysis. Get closer.
Oh my.
Die Hardman cannot know of this. Understood?
Oh my.
I've been doing some digging into the first BB experiments. Officially, they were suspended by the government, following a void out which claimed the life of the then acting president. Documents were shredded. BB technology banned, yes? But obviously, the experiments continued in secret, on the direct orders of President Strand.
Bridget?
The BBs were essential to solving the mystery of the Death Stranding. Oh, she had big plans for them. They weren't designed just to be BT detectors. She wanted to incorporate them into the chiral network to facilitate travel to the beach. But none of her plans ever came to fruition. And now BB Tech has fallen into terrorist hands.
What's Die Hardman's part in this?
I'm afraid to find out. I don't know how long he was working for Strand. I don't even know his real name or his face. I thought you might, since you two go further back.
He was already wearing the mask when I met him. Something about burning his face.
Right. Sorry. Any data we have from back then is classified at the highest level. As far as I know, the director is the only one with clearance. But the chiral network presents a new opportunity. By compiling fragmented data in the public domain from all across the country, I might be able to piece together a little more of the puzzle. Be careful, Sam. They're watching. Well, Sam, you're a good sport. I'll give you that. Still, it's a fine way to get out of doing the laundry.
Just fix BB, all right?
Oh, no. You'll be doing the fixing. I'd never manage without your help. Check the delivery terminal upstairs for the details. When you're ready, of course.
Okay, so that started a whole cutscene. Hang on. No, before we continue, let me check something.
I want to see if there's an interaction here.
I manual save before the
Cutscene.
I want to see if there's an interaction here.
Maybe. Maybe?
Can I interact with you?
Maybe? No?
No? Can't do anything?
Eh?
Guess not.
Okay,
In that case, we can go back to
here.
and we will continue from here.
Don't need to watch that cutscene again.
So this is where
Uh,
Hideo Kojima introduces a conspiracy. We don't really know what BB is, what Die Hard Man is doing, what President Strand is doing.
yeah, and all of that.
What's that?
Stabilizers. They help you stay upright if you stumble. When you attempt to regain your balance, they automatically engage their attitude control system to provide assistance. And if that isn't enough to stop you falling over, they'll reduce the impact for you and your cargo.
Oh.
How large? Oh my god! This thing is the entire fucking...
Oh,
So if I put this on, I can't put anything on.
it'll... Really?
There's so much shit I want, but I don't have enough space for it all. We need grenades, we need utility, we need spare ammo. I also need the battery, but I don't have enough space for the battery. Damn it. There's not enough space on the backpack to put the spare battery and the spare ammo at the same time. Fuck. Damn it. I wish I was, but apparently not.
Oh. Yeah, leave it to Hideo Kojima to
Make that scene.
uncomfortably close.
Something as mundane as being a delivery man, even the setting is so.
Pretty piles of magical relics.
Yeah.
I mean, it is based on technology after all.
Anything I can change here? Nope.
Okay, fuck off.
No need to see anything else, I think.
Let's get out of here.
Time to do what I wanted to do off stream, but I couldn't because
Of that fucking cutscene.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be...
That man tells me your BB isn't performing to spec. We'll have to put your primary mission on hold until we restore it. It's our only Dooms-compatible unit.
What?
And you're gonna have to deal with more BTs as you head further west. Case in point, Amelie's informed us of a tar belt outside of Edgenot City. A massive region crawling with BTs that Higgs supposedly summoned. And as much as we want you to get her out as soon as possible, you'll have a snowball's chance in hell without your BB. So your first priority is to help Deadman restore it to working order. And since he's on site, maybe the two of you can discuss it in person.
Sam, I'm a little busy at the moment, so I hope you don't mind if we stick to Hollow. First, I need you to link up a few preppers in the area so we can increase local chiral density. That's to bolster the connection between BB-28 and its Stillmother. Then, as I explained earlier, we need to correct your BB's alignment. To facilitate that process, we need to quite literally put some distance between you two. Keep it here while we send you out. If everything goes to plan, your BB should resume normal function.
Fortunately, this plan advances our other objectives. We want to integrate this region into the chiral network anyway. So build relationships with the preppers by making deliveries and convince them to come on board. It's not easy to make a home for yourself in those mountains. Even so, plenty of people had a mind to try. You'll find shelters scattered throughout. We've got a whole list of orders from them waiting to be processed. Remember, though, that you're dealing with folks who chose to live out there. Folks who probably value their privacy. Don't think for a second it'll be easy to win them over. You'll have to earn their trust, bit by bit, job by job. Another thing, Sam. You'll be making runs without a BB for a spell. That will vastly diminish your ability to detect BTs. So keep your eyes and ears open for anything out of the ordinary. And stay the hell out of the rain if you can help it.
Alright.
so no BB.
Damn.
I'm going to claim the ranking rewards here because I'm going to be backfilling the roads from here. The ranking rewards would be good.
Look at all these.
Metals. Gonna put that all into storage.
This will be really helpful.
Now the problem is that
We need
to establish contact with the others.
orders for Sam.
Roboticist, Doctor, Mount Knot City.
Alright.
So we have a whole bunch of deliveries that we can take from here, but we need to remember that I have a left my truck along with.
Okay, New Haven.
I left my truck along with a bunch of stuff back here, and we need to figure out a way to build out this road here. We need to spot these things. So let us get started on building out this road, shall we?
We'll use the
parts we have over here to build out the road.
and then
We'll link up here and then grab the truck, and then from there we'll continue on all those deliveries and stuff. Let us see here. 41, 22, 41, 23.
hi, hello, Auntie Topper, welcome. I wonder who you are, because that's an interesting name.
This chapter is a rep grind with a handicap load.
A little bit, but
We'll see. Okay, so let's run some calculations, shall we? Calculator. There we go.
alright.
So I need 640 metals. One nine two zero. 480 ceramics.
Alright, let's
Oops, that's too much.
alright. First things first, we'll recycle these. Yeah, the wind blowing through the cloud.
Wind blowing to the cloud.
Thank you for your continued support.
Win? Someone with the name Win?
I know someone with the name Wind.
A cloud?
I'm not sure. Okay. Hang on.
Hang on.
Wind blowing through the cloud.
Who do I know that has? I don't think of anyone except for that one person I know who was.
Wind.
Oh well.
Oh,
Alright, private locker 640 ceramics. Give me. Metals. Give me one of this and one of this, plus 480 ceramics.
alright.
Exactly 480 ceramics. Okay, offload all of this.
We're going to be
Taking this way. There's probably in a vehicle we're gonna borrow. Any vehicle we can borrow? Yeah, we'll borrow your bike.
where the fuck you are. Do I give up? Yeah, I give up.
I
I don't know. Oh, you are. I'm sorry.
I'm really awful with
Thank you
names.
for your contribution.
here.
Okay, now let's go and build up the road. Oh,
Sam? You read me?
yeah.
Lochna?
Uh-huh. Calling you via a Bridges dedicated line. I've been asked to carry on in my sister's place and provide you with support. We're whole again. One. Forever and always. We still speak, so
Oh god.
I shouldn't have any trouble getting up to speed.
So,
You back with Bridges then?
It's not about that. Never was. It's about what she wants. What we want. And why shouldn't we help you? You helped us. We're all connected now.
Oh god, she's going insane, isn't she? She's got a ghost in her head.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
I guess it's right to the cloud mates, wasn't it?
Oh, okay.
Okay. Right, I guess it's okay.
Right, let us build up this road. Okay. Now that that's done,
Scanning Bridges ID. Weapons restricted.
Oh,
it goes down there, but I see another joint over there.
interesting.
I wonder where that goes to. Does that connect to here?
It might.
I'm gonna deliver the metals to that joint here before heading down the mountain.
Let's see.
E3 60 minus 2680 equals 680.
Lifted. Begin scanning bridges.
Actually, hang on.
I want to spot the next builder for this road as well.
Let's go.
Oh shit! Oh! Alright, that's the next builder. That is outside of the network. Fuck. So is that shit. Ah, that's why.
Okay.
No choice but to go back and...
Oh god.
Yeah, we'll go back and just build up the one road a little bit and then
We will come back here.
I'm probably gonna dump this bike somewhere as well.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Replacement is advised.
Let's see, how much metals do I need? 680.
claim that.
Put it onto the bike.
Aye.
I'm going to recycle.
Stuff from my private locker.
Now we'll recycle 2.
Aye. There we go.
Thank you for your contribution.
Let's go and
Get some level.
parts onto materials onto this road, and then we'll head back down to grab my truck.
And all of the stuff that we have missing.
We also need to grab a different bike because it looks like we're going to be traveling out of
the
network fair bit.
oh.
Alright.
Aye.
Yes, we'll head back down there and then grab my bike. Well, we'll grab my truck and then we'll head back to the distro center and get a bike. God damn it! Fucking get up and over this! Fucking hell! Get over! Fucking shitty bike! I hate bikes! God damn it! Bikes are so fucking jank! Get over there! Oh! Oh! Yeah! Oh god.
Oh.
Alright, so we have that Joker truck.
Uh.
Let me see, did I leave anything in the Joker truck?
No.
Did I leave anything in the post box?
Nope.
Let's get back down to...
The safe house. Alright. Safe house. Give me my truck, please.
Tree vehicle, thank you.
Stand clear.
This chapter is gonna be a bit lonely. A happy BB chips.
Yeah,
It's fine though, we'll get BB back.
I'm sure.
I just need to get the stuff done. Right.
Get on this truck and
We'll head back to the distro center.
we're also gonna be
to head to the digital center to pick up parts, weapons to deal with these terrorists, because I'm fairly certain that he wants me to attack these guys or these guys. We'll see what Keanu Reeves wants.
Also, before I forget,
Bot,
come to me. I first saw.
hugs and kisses for you, chat.
Hugs and kisses for every one of you for being here. Is that Kylon's truck?
Kylon, is that your truck? No, it's someone else's.
Oh,
How am I doing today? I'm doing okay.
uh,
I kind of accidentally napped for 7 hours last night.
so,
I was supposed to stream this like 12 hours ago, but yeah, accidentally napped for 7 hours, so
whoopsie me.
we want those metals. Aww.
Aw,
Norman Reedus keeps trying to talk to Baby.
but baby isn't here. Right. We're probably gonna have to switch to a bike.
So we'll drop off my truck here.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Oh god damn it. I hate those things.
Why are they even there?
Replacing the
They serve no purpose other than being annoying as fuck.
Alright,
I've got to share memory chip data.
let's do that.
You did sleep 15 hours, it's fine, better than me.
Oh,
I sometimes sleep like 12 to 14 hours usually.
but it only happens when I stay up for like 24 hours.
Right, bot.
Go.
Where's all the stuff I delivered?
I could have sworn that I...
That's stuff for... You stored cargo in shared locker. These are in shared locker, not private locker. Where the hell did I put all the stuff that I found? It's in private locker. It's in shared locker. I could have sworn that I found packages for the roboticist and packages for the other person. Where the hell are they? Where did I put them? They're not in the safe house. Are they in the post box? No. Eh? They're not on the truck. Do I need to go and collect those packages again? Was it removed? Okay. Fucking hell, it was removed, wasn't it? God damn it.
That's annoying.
Oh well. Yeah, everything was removed. Where's all my stuff? My ladders, my climbing anchors. This was here before. Where the hell did they... Huh? Where the fuck did you put my stuff, Chad? I mean, Gabe, did you steal my shit? You stole my shit, did you? Motherfucker. God damn it. Gonna have to build stuff from scratch again. Okay, let me pee, Chad. I need to pee. Give me a 3-minute washroom. I'll be right back. I need to pee. We have a lot of stuff we need to do today. It's unlikely we'll get much story progression today because, yeah, all of these roadworks and stuff I wanted to do off stream. Gonna have to do it on. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, I forgot to unmute myself. Fuck! 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 Damn it! Fuck! Thank you for letting me know I forgot to unmute myself. Fuck. Okay, I'm not... This day is not off to a good start. It's not off to a good start. Yeah.
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear.
Fuck. In Discord just in case. I wouldn't be able to see it on Discord. If you want to add me here in chat. I won't see it on Discord. Thank you for letting me know, by the way.
Okay, now we take this.
I was saying that all of my stuff was here in the Novelist Sun because the fucking bot delivered it to the Novelist Sun and not to any of the major centers. Fucking hell, stupid bot. Thought it would go to the distro center, but
No! It went to the fucking Novelist Sun.
this asshole in the middle of fucking nowhere, motherfucking bot, I said. Ugh.
Okay,
So as I was saying,
we are going to go and rest.
because apparently that whole cutscene that we went through did not count as rest. My stamina is low, my ammo hasn't been refreshed, so we're going to rest, refresh ammo, and then head out and do Keanu Reeves' mission.
Beginning scan. Scanning
That's alternative plan first.
Oops. Goddamn fucking...
weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear.
This bike handles like garbage! Sometimes it can't turn, sometimes it turns way sharper than you expect it to. God damn it.
Is advised.
Yeah. Also, you know what? Let's do firing range.
I want to see if there's
Any way I can get more metals and ceramics. Actually, ceramics is the important one.
not metals.
Are there any ranked stuff that I can do to give me ceramics?
That would be nice. Ranked drills.
It doesn't say what the rewards are. Metals.
Right.
And this is ceramics. Okay, that's the one we want. Wait, we only get ceramics if I get to fucking... What, really? Handgun assault rifle destroy all targets, ammo conservation. Okay, let's see if I can get fucking platinum on this. Give me my handgun.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear.
Give me my handgun.
you.
Ah, shit.
Okay.
What does that give me? I need fucking platinum.
I need ceramics. I got S for that.
Okay, what rank?
Give me that rank. I need the rank.
Give me a fucking rank. Wow. 32. Okay, that's good enough. I'm at the very top of the 30th to 50th percentile. Maybe I can get it better.
Let's try to see if I can get it better.
If I can get it to the rank of one more rank higher, then that'll be good.
Let's see.
See if I can speed this up. Shit. Missed. Fuck. I can't miss.
I need to destroy the targets that I'm missing.
Eh. Shit.
I'm missing too much.
Alright, let's see if I can get a better score anyway.
Can I get a better score? Let's see.
Okay, much better.
Okay, let's try to see if I can get even higher.
Without missing. And I realized that I can get more score by shooting, by bullseyeing those final targets at the end, and I missed some bullseyes.
Let's try to see.
Don't rush. It's better to aim properly and not miss than to rush.
And miss.
What? Are you serious? God damn it!
Okay, this is
Where most of the point loss occurs.
wait. Right. Let's see, can I get top 1%?
I did not improve on my best result.
Damn. One more try.
Let's see if I can combine speed and
accuracy.
shit. Shit.
Okay, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get better. Yeah,
Not gonna get better. Okay, we'll stick with 10 to 30% ranking.
that'll do. That will do. And let's get out of here. Now we just have to wait until the reward is delivered to us.
Alright,
Let us rest in a private room.
Your work is greatly appreciated.
I need to get ammunition back.
alright, we're just going to speed run through this because I actually tried to make sure that I did all of the toilet and drinking stuff before I started stream, but apparently none of it counted because fucking cutscene. Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. We're gonna speed run this shit. Speed run. Give me my fucking stats. Thank you.
Hey,
Something on the table.
what's that?
Oh, mama.
Oh, poor BB's in you.
Yeah, that means for those little tardigrade healing bugs. It'd be disgusting.
Somehow I doubt that they'll actually do that. They crunch. They eat themselves.
Whatever cost, whatever time they did, they would have to have something that crunches. Yeah.
I don't fucking care.
Give me the shit. Resin and metals to the novelist's son. Go! Poison. Yes.
Forget my terrace.
Time for resistant plant samples. Why?
Why is this urgent?
Ah, fuck it. Retrieval from... Oh, I attacked that base before.
We can do this. Except...
I've configured your PCC to build cargo catapults. As you can probably guess, a cargo catapult can be used to send a bundle of cargo flying into the air. It's good for sparing your back the burden of carrying something heavy over a long distance. Of course, what comes up must come down, and when it does, it'll take a beating. That is, unless you remember to deploy its parachute before landing.
Why would I want to do this?
I never want to let cargo out of my sight.
Alright, let's see. We'll switch our truck to defensive. We need a defensive truck for this.
Just tardigrade shaped gummy bears. Would suffice a lot,
But then it would be crunchy.
needs to have the crunch, crunch, crunch.
Okay. That and that. Put into private locker.
That.
And these put onto the truck. These are the additional blood bags. Put those away. Just put it onto the truck. That put onto the truck.
Alright,
Right, that should be good.
let's head out.
Stand clear.
Yeet the cargo. So siege weapon versus me, but I'll destroy the cargo.
If I were to use it that way.
Order assigned.
Probably not going to. Actually, I'm going to change something. This handgun? We're going to recycle the handgun.
Could you recycle? This for me, please? Thank you.
Access mats at them? Nah.
Mats!
I'm a hoarder. I never destroy mats.
I hoard everything. I never throw shit away.
Thank you for your continued support.
If you ever saw me play Guild Wars with Numi and Mizu, you would hear them face palming, audibly face palming at the fact that I never throw anything away. And not only do I not throw everything away, I keep one copy of my MMO starter armor.
No matter what.
And you're like, but it sucks, you don't need it anymore. And I'm like, but I need to keep it. And then they say, but Guild Wars has a free what's the term for it? Has a free what do you call that? Transmog, yeah. Guild Wars has a free layering system. You can wear you could put on any armor you've ever worn, and yeah, free transmog. Yeah, anything you ever wear in Guild Wars or pick up actually in Guild Wars 2, it gets added to the list of transmog that you can do. And then I'm like, but it's for prosperity. It's the actual starter armor, not some weird copy. Shit, I don't have the non-lethal handgun yet, so I'll just make a standard handgun for now. So yeah, I'm
For your contribution.
I'm a Mendok Sayonda.
As the Japanese would say.
Okay, that's our target.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
We need those ceramics. Ceramics are... important for us.
Come here. I just had to reorganize my inventory a little bit.
Let's get out of here. Wait for that too. Similar, you get item once you unlock the model for future use.
Yeah, I know I can't do that.
But I want to keep the real starter armor for prosperity. I do the same in Final Fantasy, by the way.
My starter armor is still sitting in my storage.
I didn't touch it at all.
Alright.
Now we have to kill these motherfuckers.
Let us prepare.
Our equipment. Change to non-lethal rounds. Sticky gun. We have remote stun bombs.
Everything is good to go. Alright.
Let's get ready. Not enough room in the chest for the ulti and stuff.
Well, whoa.
Okay, time to fight. Well, I only keep my initial starter armor. The rest I don't care. Fuck you! Stop shooting my chuck! Where are you?
I see you.
Come on, come on, come on.
Shoot up.
I know that sometimes they have a truck that rolls up on me, so
Well,
we'll hold here until and let them come to us.
fuck you. Yes. Fuck you.
Right,
Who's who's next?
Any more?
No more? Okay.
Did they try to scan for me? We're going to take the ceramics. And the chemical.
Special alloy.
We got the metals, yeah, why not?
Give me that. Thank you.
Hi, Christian, welcome.
Good morning. I don't.
Think you don't think I overslept?
Are you? Well,
I'm glad you're here.
glad you found me. Welcome.
Hope you're doing okay. Load it onto the truck. Right. I just noticed something.
Hang on.
Are the color of the armor plates? They are! The paint on the armor plate denotes their structural integrity.
Wow.
That's handy. I wonder what they did to get paint to do that. Okay, how's the truck feeling? Pretty okay. It's got a shut out window, but it's fine. Ooh,
Ceramic. Let me grab that.
how's my ammo count? I am down to 2/3 ammo. Okay, should I have enough ammo to assault their base?
Let's go.
Oh shit.
You over there.
Now they start to wander on, huh?
I
Let's...
attack them.
We'll use this ridge line.
Hi.
Just walk out. Oh shit!
Fuck you.
Back up, back up, back up. You see it?
Use a truck as cover.
Come here.
Alright, who's next?
Any more? We have at least 4 guys, 2 on heavy machine gun emplacements.
Alright,
I think the truck can take an attack.
give me those boots. My boots now.
You know what?
I'm going to
I have an idea. Let us build a... where is it?
give me one of those, thank you.
Let us build a charging station here. Generator?
There we go.
Build it right over
Here.
I think I have enough special... Do I have enough metals to complete this? I might. Let's try.
Construction complete.
Nope, that's not what I wanted.
That's what I wanted.
Thank you.
Let's see, do I have enough metals to upgrade it? I only have one.
Oh,
We'll leave it as is for now and then we'll upgrade it on our way out.
if I can find more metals.
Alright, are they still shooting?
No, okay.
Okay, good. This is our chance. Let me prep.
Assault rifle.
It's on Lonnie's route. Okay,
Let's get ready, chat. Let's get ready.
we're gonna charge. The truck has been refilled with energy.
Let's charge.
Oh wow, there's another charger here.
Oh well.
Come here,
Bastards! Come here! Fuck you!
shit.
Fuck you! Fuck you!
Oh god. No!
Fuck you!
Yeah!
Fuck you!
Fuck you! Bitch!
Any more?
Any more? I'm not detecting anyone else.
Wait, there.
I see you.
Fuck you!
Fucking die! Bitch!
Now we can take all of your loot.
My ceramic?
Ceramic.
Buddy bot.
Yeah, buddy boy.
Oi, motherfucker! Get over here!
Yeah, right.
Hold fucking still!
Oh,
Look at all those ceramics. And normally reflector boots. as well.
I need to sing without you, kid.
Don't worry, champ.
They're just sleeping
They're all just sleeping.
after I
Ran them over with a truck.
just sleeping.
Alright. Let us
Offload cargo. Oh, lots of stuff for us to take home.
right. Now let's
Yeah, he's sleeping, don't worry. Don't worry.
even though I smashed my car into his
Gun,
he's sleeping.
trust me. Recommend. Recommend.
V's chip.
This is for
Someone lost this. It's for yeah, fuck that guy. Take all the ceramics, take all the special alloys, load down to the truck please.
I think. Yeah, that'll do. Let's get back to the distro center.
Oh right, I also need to upgrade my charging station.
We'll do that.
This is a good place to have a charging station. It's over the crest of the hill. And you're secure from fire from the base over there. Not from over there, but oh well.
Alright, upgrade structure. There we go. Please upgrade this for me, thank you.
My PPC now.
Thank you very much.
Structure upgraded.
Okay.
Now let us customize. I want people to feel like they're protected here, so
We'll have a goose. He's
Goose will protect them.
there we go.
Like the goose will guard anyone who tries to charge here.
Alright, let's get out of here.
Oh god damn it!
Is it a tall goose? Sadly, no. If it were a tall goose, then it'll be perfect, but no, no tall goose in this game.
Keep on keeping on. Good morning, Happy pleasant journey. Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked. Safe travels. Econ decontaminated. Safe travels. Footwear condition. Econ keeping up. Replacement is advised.
Here we are.
First things first, let us deliver this chip.
For Mr. J.
Hi, Mr. J.
Nah, this is a different J.
Mr. J. Congratulations.
Oh, there you are. Everything all right? Cargo's in perfect condition. Looks like this is our lucky day.
Why are you accepting the cargo?
It's for Mr. J.
Aye. Silverhand? Oh?
What the fuck is that?
Video compass short circuit enemy trucks.
Okay,
But technically I've been throwing grenades at it, but
okay.
I wonder if short circuiting the truck will also short circuit the people inside the truck.
You know, I still can't believe we've got a guy like you on our side.
I
Thanks
feel
again
like no.
for everything.
Oh,
Good work. New order available. Please access.
You the man, Sam. The fourth chip you recovered had schematics for an artificial arm. No bargain bin chrome either, but quality cyberware. Real worth real scratch. I'm trying to do a Keanu Reeves impression. Keanu Reeves can only do two voices. Makes you faster, stronger and all that jazz and jarabe tapa. What the fuck is that? This model was custom made by our sucker for some choom named Johnny. Wasn't any other info about the corp on the chip, but that name. Arasaka. Arasaka, oh. It rang a big fucking bell. Or did it? Not sure. Felt like a memory, but was it mine? Yeah, that R. Bruh, either way, Snape, don't make me think of nothing good. You gotta lead my belly just said it. You guys are lucky those fucking terrorist cabros didn't crack the chip's encryption, bruh. Takes a tool, I mean, but in the wrong hands, well, I thought I gotta tell you about how that story goes, bruh. Yes, that is the only other character that Keanu Reeves has ever played. Bruh, sweet! Use the data to whip you up a new toy, by the way, bruh. Dubbed it the Silverhand, not an old Johnny, bruh. It'll help you rebuild America and knock the motherfucker's lights out. I'm ready to compass again too, bruh. You can now use it to short circuit tracks too, bruh. Turns out your security system has shitty as sensor pulse. Only works on one vehicle at a time though, and only for a short stint. Still, ought to prove useful. Have fun.
you guys know what I'm talking about?
The only other character that Keanu Reeves has ever played.
Delivery terminal for further information.
So what's that silver hand thing? Let me deliver rock. I'm going to not deliver that. I'm going to handle that myself, but item that I picked up for the other guy, I'll return. as awesome as the man is, he's a bit wooden. John Wick got a bit more animated though. Do you not know his other role? Keanu Reeves has only played one other character, which is Bruh! Totally awesome, dude! Bruh! Those are some bodacious babes, bruh! Yeah, do you not know about Keanu Reeves' only other role ever? Bill and Ted, yeah. That's it. His only two roles. Fucking. Keanu Reeves or Bill and Ted. No, Ted from Bill and Ted, yes. Developed using cyberware that greatly increases the power of user's left hand. Climbing using your hands will not drain your endurance gauge while silver hand is equipped. Easier to stop yourself from sliding. You also be able to climb ropes and ladders more quickly. Pick up cargo mostly, punch and throw more. Drain your battery. Be sure to keep an eye on battery levels. Ooh! Let me try to put this on. Hold on. Oh wow! An entirely new item slot. Wow! Oh, that's cool. Oh, that is cool. Oh, I love this. Okay then, thing is almost empty. We'll recycle that and then we'll grab one of the blood bags from the storage. Fuck up, bitches. Give me a blood bag. Thank you. Can you unequip it or are you stuck with it now? I cannot equip it. It's literally something you just put onto your hand and I can equip and unequip it as I need to. Since I similarly chopped down. Ah, it's fine, it's fine. Arms go back, right? Right? Right, Jack? Right, confirmed. Now I need to do some inventory management because we want to... How's the ceramic level here is low, so we're going to deposit some ceramics here. And then the rest we'll take up with us into the other place. We will also spend the chemicals. Lots of ceramics we can take with us, that's good. We'll take the special alloys. Nah, we don't need to top up special alloys here right now. This was the camera, no they don't. Yes they do, it's fine, don't worry about it. You worry too much. Thank you. Alright, I almost forgot. Actually, do I... Yeah, some of the armor plates are low, so you know what? We are going to recycle all 4 armor plates and then craft 4 more armor plates. Everything has to be symmetrical. Have to recycle all 4 and then craft all 4. At the same time, yes. It has to be symmetrical, chat. It has to be symmetrical. When you refresh equipment, due to wear and tear, you have to refresh everything. Chat! You can't just refresh one shoulder of armor plate, you have to refresh everything. Chat! Right, chat? Right? Right? Let's craft 4 silver.
Armor plates.
Okay, attached to my suit. Oh my god, it's so bright.
Okay,
I'm starting to regret this.
uh,
Oh, bloody hell, this thing is bright as fuck.
Thank you for your contribution.
It looks disgusting. Okay, maybe, yeah, I shouldn't have done that.
oh well.
Alright, now we're going to take a bike up with us. And we'll also try to see if we can bring all of this
As well, so.
we're going to offload. All of this. Offload.
All of this. Offload.
Actually, wait, no, it's better if I... Fuck. Yeah, you know what? Fuck this. It'll be better if I... Yeah. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do, chat. Do I have a long range bike? No, what? Cargo bike? No, I do not.
Okay, hang on.
We have to fabricate a cargo bike first. Right type, defensive type.
Transport.
Yeah, that's what we need. Okay, craft one of these.
Confirmed.
Alright. Now we change this color scheme. You pink.
Disgusting. There we go. Better.
Okay, now that we have this, we are going to claim materials. We are going to claim a whole bunch of ceramics.
There we go.
And put these onto the bike.
Okay.
And then here we will recycle all of these extra ceramics we would have brought with us. We're going to recycle them and place them here. And we'll take these special alloys with us.
All of this we'll take with us.
These boots are about to break, so we recycle this.
And
No, that one we'll keep.
right,
Good. Okay.
private locker.
Put on these boots that we pulled off the feet of a dead terrorist.
There we go.
Thank you for your contribution.
Okay.
Place all of these onto
The back of the bike.
there we go.
Okay. And now we are going to go back to the mountain. We will probably pass out for the day blood work got.
Move to tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
here.
Motherfuckers. Extra ceramics.
Here. Did I forget anything?
Well, we'll take this boot with us and place it at the mountain.
Thank you for your contribution.
It'll act as a backup that we can have there.
Alright.
Prep the sticky gun.
Right.
Let's get out of here.
It's been a while since I used a transporter bike.
If the normal bikes, why do people lose their shit over here?
Oh,
Oh my god, whoa, who the hell dropped all this junk here?
come here. Come here. Ah.
We'll take this with us and
We will drop it off at the mountain city.
yes, you might argue that dropping it off at the mountain city is trolling because
It's far away from where I found this, but
too bad. I'm heading that way, I refuse to turn around. That's where we're going. If these motherfuckers want their shit back, they can go there.
as used. Fuck you. Right.
Time to hit the hill. Just top ourselves up a little here.
Hi, Kai. Good morning.
How you doing?
Alright.
How are you?
Everything going good?
There's a charging station up ahead, we'll use that. Alright, thank you for the charge. Now we have to travel off-road a bit to get to where we want to go.
You okay?
Not here. Oh, fucking. That's not what I wanted to do. Fuck!
Context edit button.
Oh well. Try to see if this is a
Gentler route.
okay. I want to head to that.
Road builder. Let's go.
We're currently doing roadworks
And rep grinding.
because the last time I stopped, apparently I stopped in the middle of a cutscene, so I couldn't do all of these roadworks off stream like I initially planned. So yeah,
I had to do it on stream.
I want that mountainous city.
And
Spiritual medicine.
ew.
I almost don't want to deliver this. Let's see here, that requires 500 ceramics. I have more on me than I should use on this. So what we're gonna do, chat, is we're going to head towards the city, and then drop off the stuff, and then we'll come back here and
Build that up.
doesn't take much to get there anyway.
Hello? Harpy deliveries.
Anyone home?
Sam Porter Bridges.
Oh god damn it, that's not what I wanted. Alright. Let us...
Manage our inventory. Ah, fuck you.
I don't care about that. No bot deliveries here, but that's fine. First things first, let's recycle. A bunch of special alloys we can drop off.
So recycle those. Thank you.
I have so much ceramics that I... Fuck. Can't make use of them, but it's fine. Well,
Recycle these first.
and then now we need to... We're gonna put a lot of stuff into the private locker. All in private locker.
Put these in private locker.
There we go. Deliver lost cargo. Spiritual medicine, yes. That's going to the doctor, so we'll deliver it ourselves. Don't entrust this to someone else because we'll be doing that.
Tired came home from work.
Thank you for hopping the train station. Okay. What? Really? You hopped the train station till? No, that's not good.
Journey as always, I bet. Thank you so much. You've helped a lot of people in ways you don't even know.
You should pay money for train station.
Assault rifle level 3.
Oh,
Okay, that's actually good. Maybe I want to max out the rep before, or at least get to the next level of rep before I try to swap out my assault rifle.
just in case. Thank you for all the likes.
We're going to get through this because of you. Thank you, Sam. Good work.
Alright, that's a special delivery to the doctor. That's to the roboticist.
That is
Porter injured in the mountains. Human delivery. This is what we're gonna do. We are going to first put all of these into
storage.
We'll leave that in storage for now. And then we're going to do that quest to rescue.
The person from the mountains. Here we are.
Any briefing for this?
No, okay.
Delivery to mountains area. Handle with care.
Porter making solo delivery near mountain. Not
Fallen and injured himself. He won't last long in the snow.
alright.
Time to perform a rescue mission. Let's go. We're not gonna make these yet. I want to see if there is a even better. Gun I can craft.
Alright.
Order assigned.
Let's get out of here.
Lesson sure.
It's up there, huh?
Keep on keeping on.
Let's go.
Weapons restrictions.
Oh, I forgot.
Fuck, I forgot something. Fuck.
Hang on.
Let me,
Let me go and do. Grab the thing I forgot.
Sam Porter Bridges.
I forgot something very important.
Let me see what I need. 510 ceramics for this.
So, let's grab 510 ceramics.
Grab one of these.
And one of these.
That should do it. Okay, load that onto the bike.
And
Recycle some more ceramics from
the locker, please.
actually wait no. We'll recycle one.
Yeah. Recycle one for now.
Recycle that.
Recycle that. Right. Thank you.
275 to 3 buck.
It's not what the train is usually worth.
It's not safe because where I'm at.
20 says I should decide to trade.
What?
Thank you for your continued
Really? It's that bad, huh? Still,
if you
if you don't pay the ticket,
Thank you for your
it's gonna be harder for them to, you know.
fix it up.
Hopefully they don't ever,
tackle you and send you to the sodomy room for not paying a train ticket. Because that'd be terrible.
if they like, that motherfucker didn't pay for a ticket, and then they tie you up and so drag you off into the station.
And shove a dildo up your ass.
$100.
Really?
$100?
Is that much, huh?
Or is it one of those you buy for a month and then you can use it for
The entire month kind of thing.
Hey, where does this road go?
Thought so, it goes up that way.
Yep, it goes that way and then loops back down the mountain. Building that entire road is going to take so much fucking resources, my god. Okay, stand by. Where is the...
There he is.
Yeah, behind.
Hang on, I'm coming. I'm coming.
I'm coming.
Very slowly.
I'm coming very slowly. This bike is ass.
Yeah.
Come on, hang on.
Yeah.
Let me just grab this. Come on. Come on.
Give me that! The fuck is that?
Oh god, get over the fucking rock! Oops.
Sorry, bot.
Not my fault, bot. Blame the fucking bike. Oh shit. Okay, I'm going to assume that the reason for that alert is because of whatever those structures are.
We're going to go the other way.
Oh god. God. Shit, the bike battery's running out. I might need to build a
Charger.
Where the hell are you? Wait, no, he's around here somewhere.
Where are you?
Are you hearing him? Okay, hang on, let's proceed on foot.
Where are you? I need to
Put these onto the bot.
carry this for me.
Oh, come on.
Where are you?
I'm looking for you. Do you see the person I'm supposed to find? Because I'm not seeing him. I have his approximate location, but
Is that it? Is that him?
Yeah, that's him. Okay, hang on.
Hang on.
I'm coming.
I'm coming. Yeah, look at how much materials that costs.
Sam, have you found our friend yet?
Yes.
We need to get them out of there.
Don't worry, I got you.
Nice and easy. Don't want to take a spill on the way back.
Bot, I need you here. Bot, I need you here.
Come closer.
Fucking come closer, you bitch! Oi! Over here! You motherfucker! Okay, fuck you! I'm gonna fucking bring this shit to you! You bring my shit back! Bitch! Come here. You're not really stressing.
It's true because the people where you're is putting your foot down.
The price for translation, but it's fine. Oh, okay. Yeah, hopefully the ticket doesn't come back to bite you in the ass. Oh god damn it, really? Climb up this motherfucking hill, motherfucker! Get up there! Okay, let's get back down.
Okay, bot.
Bot, I need you here, bot. Come fucking here.
All right, let's get this done.
Is it close enough to access the bot?
Yes, thank you.
Put that onto the fucking bike.
Okay, let's get out of here.
Let's get back onto the road.
The road will make the travel back easier.
Yeah, I know about that. Get the fuck off me.
Yeah, let's go.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
Did no one build a charging station here, really? I guess I'm gonna have to be the one to build it.
Harpy deliveries. Did someone order a live human?
Human trafficker here. Return all this lost cargo.
Yep. Heck yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to build my own charging station, so I'll do that.
Well, welcome back from work, Kai.
Mm-hmm.
You get to relax now. Buddy bot colors.
Oh!
Buddy bot. Let's see.
Can change his...
Oh god. I kind of wanted to stand out so that he doesn't jump scare me anymore.
So... But it is...
Bright purple buddy bot. This way he doesn't look like a fucking BT or human or some shit running at me.
It's unmistakable.
Okay, let's take some water. We'll deliver to the doctor first, I think.
Yeah.
We'll make a delivery out to the doctor, but 3 containers containing medicinal samples. It's a fairly mountainous area. I might... Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do this on foot. Any weather forecasts? No storms that way.
So, okay.
Okay, before we take the order, let us
Manage our inventory.
we're gonna leave the bike behind and then we'll perform this delivery on foot.
Alright,
Now recycle. We recycle the chemical. Anything that's almost broken, I need to
refresh.
Sticky gun is... Oh my god, the sticky gun's almost broken.
Okay, well,
Recycle the sticky gun. Speed skeleton is almost gone. Oh. Alright, we'll recycle the speed skeleton as well. All that damage came from the snow. Wow, heavy snow really does degenerate your equipment really quickly. Huh.
Fabricate a...
I want an additional PPC. Give me a...
There's a sticky gun.
Yeah, give me a sticky gun.
And
I need a speed skeleton. Speed skeleton level 3.
alright.
The PPC on my back.
Equipped.
Hang on, tool rack.
Alright. Cycle one more ceramic.
And we're going to...
Alright.
It's done. Now we need to grab one order of metals. We'll put that on the bot.
And
Take an order for the doctor.
do I have a briefing for this?
No, really?
Alright.
Wait, no, the doctor.
There we go.
It should be relatively easy. Store the bike.
We don't need it for now.
Thank you for your contribution.
Alright. First things first.
Scan. Have a
I
pleasant
need
journey.
to build a charging station.
Let's see, what's a good spot for a charging station?
Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on.
That's a fresh PPC.
That's the one that's all broken. Okay.
Let's see here.
Sorry, Sam. I can't allow you to build a structure there. Pick a spot outside the sensor ring and try again.
It needs to be at a spot that people can easily access.
Restrictions lifted.
Here.
Yeah, here.
Alright.
Get as close to the road as we can. And okay, that's within the no build area. Right here.
Alright. Now you give me those metals.
This will allow anyone coming by here to easily recharge.
Upgrade. Please. Thank you.
Structure upgraded.
Alright. Now let's customize. Who do I want?
Logna.
Nendoroid.
Fuck Horizon.
Not interested in having a Horizon Fatso. Dark Blue Ducky.
There we go.
Alright.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
Pick up a ducky.
Alright, so now that we've done that, let us
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure.
Go and perform our quest.
Sam Porter Bridges. Weapons restrictions lifted.
there's a whole bunch of shit here.
Uh,
There's even a memory chip there. Why the hell are there so many fucking...
so much garbage here. What the fuck?
Oh god damn it! Ah! Can I even climb this? Oh,
Data shard.
I want that.
I want that. Gimme.
Okay, first things first. I'm going to put these onto the
Bot?
because eventually I'm going to exit the zone that the bot can travel.
But
I want the bot to take all this junk back so that I can deliver it myself. Stand fucking still, you motherfucker!
just need to get that data shard. Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Which reminds me, there's actually a bunch of data shards that I'm supposed to pick up.
Way back at the way station. We'll do that later. Where's the data shard? Give me that.
Right. Was that the data shard that I was supposed to look for? There's another data shard down there.
Alright.
We're going to head back down now.
Take all we came for.
Let's go. Pick up the ceramic on the way down.
Apparently traveling through snow is almost as bad as doing water.
Okay, and I didn't... There. Do I go around?
Yeah, let's go around. Hi, Peanut.
Welcome.
How you doing?
Hope you slept well, and I hope you've had a good week so far. Come on, get out of the snow.
There we go. Ew.
It's in a tar pit. Okay, first things first, let me grab these junk. This is all going to go onto the bot, and it's going to
Get back to
the mountain city. Can I step on this?
I can.
You need that? Thank you.
Stay still.
You motherfucker! Yeah, I know you're tired, Sam.
Man up.
You know what? Drink.
There you go.
Come on.
Come on,
Let me pull it over.
come on.
There we go.
Okay.
Alright, now where is our target? Over there.
That's the best way to get there.
Do I go over the mountain or around it? Could try to go over it.
Let's try to go over it. See what we can find.
I've a bot. I'll see you later.
Oh, goddamn snow. Yeah. Trudging through snow is like trudging through water. It's constantly draining my stamina.
That's gonna be so annoying to deal with in the long run. Okay. Whole bunch of stuff heading back towards Mountain Nut City, huh?
I'll grab these just so that we can take it back with us.
Give me that.
Come here.
Oh god damn it.
Really?
Okay, not to sell. Oh! Don't move while I'm...
Ah, you're fine, I'm sure.
I'm sure the chemicals in there are still fine. Ah! Right, Jack?
Sure, it's fine.
far out of the way.
Fuck it.
That I can pick up.
Come here. Perfect.
Thank you for this bridge, by the way. This is really helpful.
I am he.
I am Nero DMC.
Interesting name. Thank you so much. Hello?
Scanning bridges ID.
Anyone home?
Fragile Express ID.
Harpy deliveries.
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Got some cargo for you.
Delivering cargo.
A delivery? Oh, good.
Who the hell are you?
Excellent. Everything appears to be in perfect condition.
Oh, that was fast.
There's something I've been meaning to ask. Would you help me join the UCA? If me being a part of it ensures more people get the medical attention they require, then it's well worth the hassle.
How the hell are you gonna give people medical attention when your house is in the middle of bumfuck nowhere? You know how hard it is to get here? You want to give people proper medical attention, you should be going to the city.
Motherfucker. I have no idea who you are.
I know you're a face-scanned guy, but
Yeah, literally no idea who you are.
Thank you for that. I might not be as young as I once was, but I've still got plenty to offer. Oh, by the way, I came across something I thought you might find useful. You're more than welcome to it.
ooh, what's that?
Energy drink?
Oh,
Restores more stamina. Oh, nice. More coffee, chat.
Your deliveries have saved lives.
It-
And, as you know, every life
It's
that's saved
now
is one
double
fewer
shot.
BT to deal
Espresso
with,
coffee.
which in the long run means
Although
even
in my
more
case it's
lives
usually
are
mocha.
saved. Please, don't give up. No matter how difficult it may become, I implore you.
I see you've put another shelter on the network. Nice job. Chiral levels are increasing as predicted, which is good. As for BB-28, you'll be pleased to hear the operation went well. There should be no need for additional major procedures. We're not out of the woods yet, but I think it's safe to say that the worst is behind us. All that remains is to continue expanding the network, monitor changes as chiral levels increase, and make adjustments as necessary. Drug therapy should suffice. Keep it up, Sam.
No.
our baby lost his memory.
No.
I don't want to make the baby lose memory. A delivery heading back to
The city, huh?
our lost cargo. It's all heading towards. Didn't I have a delivery for the doctor? I forgot to pick it up. Fuck! Fuck! Ah, well, share the memory chip data first. I left it behind and I forgot to pick it up. Shit!
You picked this up for me? You shouldn't have. Really.
God damn it!
How did you get this? I don't know what to say, except thanks.
Godzilla. Godzilla.
Thank you for your
You know, it'd be perfect, chat, if the game had a Godzilla BT. Time limit 10 minutes.
Yeah, we could take that.
Hang on. We need to offload some of our junk.
Yeah, we'll just recycle these here right now.
Get them off our back.
Fuck off, bitch. Nobody cares about you. You're dead.
How many packages am I? 4 large packages. Fuck. Can I carry it on my own now, or?
Okay.
I can carry it on my own.
Okay, let's go.
Ah, you'll be fine. Suck it up!
Thank you for your contribution.
There we go. We have 10 minutes to do this.
Let's go.
Yeet!
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Oh, god damn it! Come on.
Oh god.
Fucking I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Oh god damn it! Come on! Fucking come on! I would thank you, but I'm busy. Okay, hang on.
Hang on.
Drink.
Okay.
Now go. Ah! We're fine. We're fine. We're fine, Chad. We're fine. Don't worry. We're fine.
We're fine, we're fine.
Yeet, yeet, yeet. We're okay. We're okay. We're okay. God. Good. Okay. Okay, we'll get there.
We'll fucking get there.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Get over it. Come on. Come on.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected.
Okay, we're here.
We're here.
Until departure.
We're fucking here.
We're fucking here. Come on, get the fucking. Yeet.
Welcome.
Yeet.
Stand for the
Yeet.
bridge.
Stop fucking chipping on the end of the fucking. Stop. Yeah. Yeah. God damn it! Put down the fucking box! Ugh. Okay. Yeah, this is the delivery for the doctor that I forgot. Fuck.
Offload.
All that because those are also for delivery.
Make delivery.
Bit of mod I get you.
Ah, it's fine, it's fine.
We made it.
See? Safe and sound.
We only fall off the bridge once.
It's fine, don't worry about it.
Hey, Sam. Look, I'm sorry to impose on you once again, but we wouldn't ask if it wasn't important.
What?
You know, I gotta tell you, I find it amazing that you can consistently deliver on schedule.
Excuse me? Bitch, I deserve an S rank for that motherfucker! Give me my fucking S rank! God damn it, you didn't even get me to the fucking 4th tier! You asshole!
We're going to get through this because of you. Thank you, Sam.
Good work.
You motherfucker!
Are available. Please access.
Yeah. Fuck you too. Okay, hang on now. I want to at least get this cargo delivered.
Hang here.
Buddy bot, get out here! The fuck are you carrying? Ah.
Pull that into the locker.
This? You carry? Actually, carry all of this as well. Thank you. Gonna make a quick run out to the doctor, and once we deliver that, then we'll head back.
Yeah, and rest.
Have a pleasant journey.
This will be a very quick delivery.
Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. Weapons restriction.
This route is a lot easier.
Whoever built this, Mr.
Ching ching chong chong. Thank you.
Thank you, Ching Ching Chong Chong. You know, I'm still wondering when I'll be able to spot Kylon's... Wait, no, that is Kylon.
Oh.
I wonder where I should connect it to then.
That's Kylon's construction.
Beginning scan.
Oh,
Scanning bridges.
Happy deliveries.
Verifying ID.
I kind of forgot to
Weapons detected. All
deliver
weapons
this
will
to
be
you
locked until
guys.
departure.
So this is for you.
Yeah.
Delivering cargo.
Ah, the porter. Excellent. I must say, seeing you go about your business really does put a spring in my step. Do remember not to neglect your health.
Mm-hmm.
Good work.
Let me see. Time sensitive cryptobiotes for medicinal use.
Again. Oh.
Guess I'll do it, but are there any places that deliver here? Only the distro center. Oh, has one here to come here, so maybe we'll... Okay, now that this is connected, we'll try to build out the road network, and then we will try to see if we can head back to the distro center, collect all the stuff that we miss over here, and then we'll come back.
Hi, Naka. Welcome. Mwah.
How are you doing? Let me take on this time sensitive.
Cryptobiotes for medicinal use.
There we go. You're good? I'm good too. I accidentally napped for 7 hours last night.
Order
So
assigned.
I was supposed to stream
Delivery
this.
parameters updated. Time limit set.
I was supposed to stream this 12 hours ago, but yeah, accidentally
Napped for 7 hours, so yeah.
streaming it now.
And right now we're doing all of the roadworks that I wanted to do off stream.
Unfortunately, I have to do it on stream now because the game fucked me over. It put up a cutscene in the middle of where I logged out last time.
So yeah,
Unfortunately,
you guys have to sit through the roadworks and we're going to
Keeping all weapons decontaminated soon. All clear. Have a pleasant welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
so today is mainly roadworks and web grinding.
stream.
We're here. Let's get these.
Delivered. 6 out of 6.
Lost cargo. Okay, good.
Happy deliveries.
Hey, Sam. Welcome back. Tough journey as always, I bet. Thank you so much. You've helped a lot of people in ways you don't even know.
God damn, grinding this is taking ages.
Oh,
We're going to get through this because of you. Thank you, Sam.
thanks.
We are going to head down to rest in a private room, and then we're gonna do more roadworks.
In the meantime, let me go to the washroom.
I'll be right back, chat.
Mwah.
Make sure you guys get up and stretch your legs as well if you haven't for a while.
I'll be right back. Bye-bye.
Captain Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Hope you slept well, Maka. I've been very busy lately.
Trying to do my campaign stuff.
We're approaching the end though. Probably another 2 or 3 sessions before
My party
finishes the short campaign.
Pathfinder campaign.
I'm very interested in continuing it, but I'm gonna have to take a short hiatus from doing Pathfinder stuff at least until
I do the avatar upgrades that I need to do. Right. Let us get back in here.
EX grenade number 1.
Well, 7.
a lot.
Did I really drink that much energy drink?
EX grenade number 0.
Alright. Oh,
Feels weird turning around and not seeing BB there. How's my bag? Wow, only 35% still. It, I'm amazed at how long this bag is lasting.
okay.
In case I won't change it for now.
Um. I really wish I could use an extra battery.
There's really no way for me to fit this along with extra ammo, huh?
That's so annoying.
Actually, wait. Wait, no, I think I can fit extra battery. Hang on, hang on. Let's see. Shit, if I do this, then I'm gonna lose. Okay, hang on. Let's try to test this out. If I get an extra battery, rotate it like this. Grab spare ammo. Rotate it like this. I have enough slots left for 1, 2. Shit. 2 grenade pouches. Fuck. Like 3 grenade pouches. That's all I can carry. Damn it. Having extra battery is so good though. But on the other hand, when I have to fight bosses, all those extra grenades are suddenly so important. Fuck. I hate situations like this where I have to decide between anti-boss or or just normal play scenarios, because in almost all scenarios the battery is better, but when I need to when the game throws another fucking boss at me, I need this. I need this loadout because I need all those grenades, I need all that blood bag, I need the extra ammo. Damn it. I think I'm going to stick with anti-boss for now. Having more battery would be nice, but it's a quality of life thing rather than actually surviving thing, you know? Although technically having more batteries would help me versus mules and terrorists, because fighting them tends to drain my battery very quickly when I'm running around and my armor is absorbing hits. That's when it drains the battery really quickly. Damn. I'll stick with this one. Cream pie, everyone. Cheers. Alright. Let's see what meal we have. Aaron Hill. Lockdown wide lock knee. low down. I want the 3 pies. Is that truth be told? Inkling elements by the letter, I get it. Blah 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 blah. It's naive to expect things to be all smiles and sing-alongs just because we can understand each other a little better, you know? That goes against everything that Gundam is about. Gundam keeps talking about, you know, understanding and ending wars and all that. Child, should have brought them closer.
She never knew about it.
How could she not know about the fucking terrorist bombing? And how would she not know that her sister was there?
Really?
Really?
She and Mama have consulted if it's
Yeah, they literally joined each other. So does that mean that if you fuck Lochner, you're fucking both of them now?
Lochner and Mama?
It just needs Homo ludens. I've already spoken at length about the new varieties of man that have emerged in the wake of the car pollution and from the resulting phobias. Homo demons, Homo gestalts, not to mention those touched by dooms. This much is common knowledge. I, however, will posit that we could further categorize the humans of this day and age. Take our comrades Mama and Lockney, for example. They are creators, are they not? People who use tools to make things. Craftspeople. Homo faber. Consider dead man. One who looks the dead in the eyes every day, one who takes your organs as his own. His relationship with death is transcendental, sublime. It is, in essence, his faith. And he is Homo religiosus. As for myself, Homo loquens, a linguist, one who seeks to understand this world through the language of science and logic. There is, however, another very special type of human, a breed that would serve bridges rather well, Homo ludens, they who play. Be deliberate or unintentional, Homo ludens unite people, creating culture, shaping the very world around them, though not through violence, nor laws or prescriptions, but rather through metaphorical acts of play. I know of only one person who matches this description, the one they call the Great Deliverer, Sam Porter. Despite Die Hard Man's best efforts, however, his whereabouts are still unknown.
what?
You're trying to create whole new species of human based off the tasks they perform?
Really?
I don't think that's how species categorization works. And the wall will call. This is fourth wall.
Fucking Hideo Kojima.
Homo ludens, they who play. Yeah, I see what you're doing.
Fucking Hideo.
Godzilla. I don't know what the Godzilla soundtrack is. It was in this film that Godzilla, who would later go on to become an iconic figure of monster movie fans around the world, made his debut. The movie went on to spawn a series of countless different versions, and its unlikely star is remembered as an enduring metaphor for the threat posed by nuclear weapons. Legendary directors the world over, not least among them Nicholas Winding Refn and Guillermo del Toro, have cited Godzilla as huge influence. In 2004's Godzilla Final Wars, with its title sequence by Kyle Cooper and its Yoji Shinkawa design Atragon, showcased the long pedigree of a big name fans the series have accumulated over the years. Stand By Me, yeah, it's just a fucking movie based on the short story by what?
Really?
I thought it was a song name. Stand By Me, directed by Rob Reiner, based on a Stephen King novel, The Body. Four young friends who, upon hearing the rumor of a corpse dumped on the far side of this sleepy country town, set out to find it in the hopes of being hailed as local heroes. It explores the idea that death, in being the ultimate unknown, is terrifying for us all, and the only way to try to deal with that is to face it. The same is true in the world of Death Stranding, when necrosis begins to take hold as soon as the body turns cold. Unless we face our fears, how can we hope to overcome them?
Interesting.
Snow crystal?
Blah 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 blah.
Since the time for what discovery of certain hand shape is subject of much discussion.
Never been preserved.
From Porter's point of view, transporting a snowflake is out of the question. Surely melt before it reaches destination. I feel like that's a reference to something. Isn't the whole delivering a snowflake a poem or a story or something? Feels like I've heard of that somewhere before.
Can't remember where. Oh,
Alright, let's get out of here, chat.
we're going to make a whole bunch of videos. Aww,
Don't worry, Sam.
look at BB back.
Hopefully BB didn't lose his memory. Alright,
Now,
we need to do some roadworks.
let's see. Garage.
Bring the trike up.
Right.
Stand clear. Vehicle ready.
Alright, now. What does that require? That requires 1,730 metals and 1,080 ceramics.
Alright. Give me that, and
That, okay.
that's
Metals? How many ceramics again?
hang on. I forgot. Um
1,080 ceramics.
$1,080. Right.
Load that onto the bike.
Good. Alright.
Recycle materials in a locker. Recycle these metals for me, please.
Thank you.
Recycle this ceramic. The chemicals will leave.
For now. Alright. We're not gonna do that right now.
We're gonna do road construction.
I'm also going to
Buddy bot
put that.
onto the bike. Right. Let's get out there.
Oh, I see.
I forgot to check the weather forecast. Rain. Getting to that builder is going to be a massive pain.
Oh, do I want to do this?
I need to stay without you, kid.
Okay, now here's the question.
Are there?
Is there monsters here?
No idea.
We have to go on foot. Let's go. Okay, maybe there's no...
Monsters.
There's a... Okay, maybe it's clear.
It is clear, that's good for us.
Give me that. Right, grab this for the doctor.
Load up.
Let's get out of here.
Alright.
Skip this road belt. I pulled out extra.
Oh, that's fine.
There are plenty of metals in storage. I don't mind pulling out a little extra by accident.
Hey.
Oh, what an awful road.
Why
Why would you curve the road like that? Okay, you know what?
Yeah.
Well, from here we'll head back to the distro center.
And
We will grab some deliveries.
heading out from there.
Let's go. Come on.
Oh,
But your stuff for the doctor? Wait, no, it's on. Where is that?
it's over there, huh?
River floor. Well, first things first, give me that data shard.
Thank you.
Right. Let's head out there and try to see if we can find that those stuff that the doctor dropped. We also managed to spot a new builder. That's good.
Right, oh,
Close enough.
right. Ah,
Oh, we have to head back. so we have. Oh, I need to sneeze. We have. What? What? I'm okay. I'm okay. Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. So we have 2 more roads we have to build, but we'll get that on the way back up. Oh god, it's not sneezing. Goddamn. That's heading to the doctor. So far out of the way though.
Yeah, no, fuck this.
Thank you for this.
Ladder.
Let's get out of here.
Rest is advised.
Alright, let's get out of here.
I need to cross this river. It's gonna drain my battery, but oh well. Oh shit! No! Shit! No! No! My... Stop! What? God damn it! Yeah. How did they get destroyed so quickly? No! Shit! No! Get back here! Oh, you fucking serious? Is my bike even still on the fucking map? No, my bike is gone. Fuck! Fuck! God damn it! No! God fucking damn it! Bot, get over here, you motherfucker! Fuck! God damn it. Wait, did the bike get deposited? Oh, the bike got deposited off the... out of the water, okay. Wait, was it always there? I don't know if it was always there. Oh well. I guess I need to jump. Fine, let's jump it. I didn't realize that was deep water. Fuck. Ah, god damn it. All that destroyed cargo. Fuck. How did it get destroyed so quickly? It barely jumped into the water. Come on! Yeah. Come on! Oh god. Yeet! Oh, you fucking serious? Yeah. Get over the fuck here, you motherfucking... I'm pissed. Fucking shit. God fucking damn it. Yeah. Come here! Okay, note this out before we cross. Oh! Where do I go? Shit! 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 Hard to jump this. Hard to jump. Oh! Yeah. Okay, we're safe. We're safe. Back in civilization. Fucking hell. Oh! We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fucking fine. Fuck you, asshole. Oops. Oh shit. Yeah. Really? Fucking really? Come on, get on to the road. Okay, so I need to. Okay, there we go.
Safe travels. Keep on keeping on.
Oh, fuck that shit. I'm fucking pissed.
Motherfuckers.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Sam,
What the fuck do you want?
the mountain's in urgent need of help. Check in at the distro center north of Mountain Knot for more information. Bring them home alive and they're sure to do right by you.
I'm busy. What the fuck do you want? Uh. What's on the fucking...
Trike.
All of this
Needs to be recycled.
This needs to be recycled. Get that fucking thing out of my face. Yeah.
Thank you for your continued support.
Take the data shard.
There you go.
Well, well, would you look at this? Thank you so much, Sam.
Thank you for your contribution.
Alright,
Let's see.
any bot stuff I can do?
You bots go. Let me put all of these on my
back.
We're going to be.
Changing vehicles now.
We need our truck.
Alright.
Stand clear. Vehicle ready.
That's going back up, so we'll put this on the truck.
Um,
Now what's that rescue mission? Order for Sam. Ha!
That is
That is gonna be a very difficult mission.
how the hell did you get here?
What the fuck were you doing? How do I want to do this? So weather forecast. Rain. I'm gonna have to travel light. And my stamina is quite low. Okay, we're going to do road work first, and then once we're done building up the roads, we'll do a couple deliveries here, and then we'll head back and we'll do this.
Right, that's all tentative plan.
So first things first.
Let us calculate.
Alrighty. 1,280 metals. Claim. $1,200, and that's already in the truck, so
load that onto the truck.
we'll bring this with us.
Just in case we need more.
Right,
Ceramics. We need
1,350 ceramics. $1,350.
load it on the truck. There we go.
Alright, after that,
Next, minus 3320.
1,880 metals.
Load it onto the truck. Alright,
And ceramic.
let's see here.
1,950 ceramics. God, this costs so much ceramics. Hmm.
And
I'm out of ceramics again.
we need to...
We need to do grinding for ceramics again. Even after all the ceramics that I brought back.
I'm back down to low values again.
Restrictions lifted.
What's all the trucks here?
So many people I did a bike and 2 trucks here.
Really?
Keep on keeping up.
Yeah, there's a lot of metals.
That's going up to the mountain city.
Safe travels.
Heh, fuck you.
Those chemicals are worth taking.
I got it.
Get up there.
Right, let's get out of here before they get to us. Let's go, 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 go. Come on. Come on.
Oh well. I don't know whose gun was that, but
Sucks to be you. It's smashed. Let's carry it though.
hi. Would you please build this road up for me?
Um,
Okay, that's
good.
Let me just mess with the cargo and put it on the truck. Okay.
Now we continue on to the next builder.
Can I reach those?
That's too far.
And it's in BT territory, so no.
I'm not going there.
I'll just...
Continue on a plan route.
Next builder's over there. Let's go.
Here we are.
Let's see. My god, so much resources.
Okay, that's metals done.
Now, ceramics. Gonna go fucking back up, I swear. And now...
Carhelium? Okay. Please build this for me. Okay. We now have a direct road up to the mountain.
Let's get out of here.
We're going to make these deliveries first, and then
We'll double back. Shit! I just realized something. I forgot to pick up the delivery from the distro center. Fuck! Fuck! There's one for the distro center. Fuck! Now, you know what? Fuck this shit. We're going to make the delivery anyway because we're going to head back down, and then once we go down, we'll grab the others. Fuck this shit!
this is very hazardous.
Why would you build a road like this?
Harpy deliveries. Can you help?
Let me the fuck in, you motherfuckers! Yeah!
Cargo verified. Thank you. Decontaminating suit. Footwear condition poor. Replacement is advised.
Oh, my boots already worn down that much. I didn't walk. I didn't do that much walking, did I?
Okay, don't entrust those.
We're gonna deliver those ourselves.
Please. return these to the owners. Thank you.
Hey, Sam.
Yeah. Don't care.
Just give me the damn like. I would have had more if the fucking water didn't sneak up on me.
We're going to get through it. Thank you. Good work.
Right.
I have a locker.
Put these away.
Should I carry all that in one bag?
There we go. What?
Actually, can I ride you?
Hang on. Take me to the doctor.
Oh, this is handy.
Beginning scan. Footwear condition poor. Replacement is advised.
This isn't like
Thank you so much.
This isn't
a contracted delivery though. It's
just me telling the bodybot to take me there.
okay. This is really slow. Can you go faster?
No?
Okay, fuck you then.
Oh well. At least I'm the one getting carried for once.
Where are you going? I wonder what route the bodybot is gonna take. The bridge is right over there. Where are you going?
You see?
Bodybot?
Where are you going?
I mean, yeah, sure, I can pick those up, but
Hey, Lou.
yeah, hang on.
I mean,
Get off. Give me all those.
since we're here.
Oh, god damn it.
Really?
Okay.
Give me the doctor.
Where are you going?
Is this why the bots sometimes take ages to make deliveries?
Are you gonna cross this?
riding the bike here.
Oh, so that's the river crossing area.
Oh,
We already have bridges. I wonder what happens if I arrive on the buddy.
let's find out, chat.
You know what? I'm going to pee.
I think.
I think I'll be able to pee and get back by the time the buddy bot gets there.
Hang on, chat.
In a speed run.
Speed run. Speed run, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stay out there, look.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Come on, Sammy boy.
Coming. One time the bot is fast and I'm fucking. I went to pee. So the bot just stands there, huh?
Okay.
That's good to know. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Let's get off the bot.
Harpy deliveries. Anyone home? Here you go.
Delivering cargo.
Hello, Sam. It's a pleasure to see you again. I must say, seeing you go about your business really does put a spring in my step.
Just colors. That's it.
I'll take it.
Do remember not to neglect your health.
Mm-hmm.
Good work.
What orders do you have? Urgent. Large consignment of medical supplies.
How much is that? Huh.
I want to do this, but
How?
since we're here, we might as well do this. Let me see if I can put them on the buddy bot. If I can put them on the buddy bot,
At least most of it on the buddy bot?
then we can. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, there's way too much. Fuck. How am I supposed to get that much junk? Do I need to bring the car here?
Let's try.
Should I see if I can bring the car here?
Weapons restrictions lifted.
We're gonna use both bridges and
We'll travel off-road underneath this. We need to loop under this road and then go on both bridges, drive up to the doctor, park directly outside, and then...
Okay, yeah, that's all I'm gonna do.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons keeping all weapons decontaminated. Footwear condition poor. Replacement is advised.
Okay, what's the status of chemicals there?
Fine, okay.
We're going to... We'll leave that for later. We're going to store the chemicals here.
Gonna put this onto the truck, alright.
And now we're going to try to drag the truck down to the doctor.
Beginning scan. Footwear condition poor. Replacement is advised. Keep on keeping on.
Before we go, let's stop by the charging station.
Let's go. And you'll be fine, buddy bot.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Oh,
Okay,
alright. So let us make sure to park.
properly.
Verifying ID.
Oh wait, there's hot springs here.
Oh, I didn't know.
I didn't know about this.
All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Okay.
Going to put
Hold on.
Going to put a sign here. Here we go.
what type of benefit do I get from this? Salty spring.
Stimulate the digestive system. It's the same as the other one.
Soak it in, Sam. Soak it in. Now this is living.
Right. Enough of that. Time to get back to work.
Maybe that's why the doctor set up here.
Because he wants to enjoy the bath.
Right, take on order urgent.
Large consignment of medical supplies.
You know you wouldn't need me to do this if you put your house closer.
Motherfucker.
We have all the supplies.
Let's get out there.
Delivery parameters updated. Time limit set.
Thanks.
Time to boost. We'll boost the entire way there if we can. Assuming I don't. I won't crash. I won't crash. I never crash. Yes, I'm the best driver ever. Okay, we need to loop back around and get onto the road. Oh, come on, get onto the road. God damn it! Why is it stuck?
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Get on the damn road! Thank you.
Restrictions lifted. Safe travels. Have a pleasant journey. Keep on keeping on.
I'm guessing that this place always rains.
Safe travels.
Apparently the cave is so big that you can actually put a whole time fault shelter in there. Why would you leave your fucking truck parked half on the road?
Motherfucker. Fuck you. I'm so happy I went to the trouble of building all this, because if it wasn't for this road, driving past this terrace, well, territory is gonna be a nightmare every time.
Safe travels.
Why are there so many vehicles here?
Keep on keeping on.
I still don't know why there's so many abandoned vehicles there.
There's no reason why they would be abandoned there of all places.
There's nothing nearby that would threaten them.
And the terrorists are still quite a ways away.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear.
Happy deliveries!
All weapons will be locked until deployment. Keep on keeping on. Decontaminating suit. Footwear condition poor. Replacement is advised.
Anyone home?
There you go. Extremely large consignment of medical supplies.
There's so much that you can't even display it on the loading platform.
You made it, huh? That's a relief. I gotta say, that was one fast delivery. Crazy fast.
Yeah, I flew. Nice. That's what I need.
And I got an achievement.
Oh wow.
You know, I still can't believe we've got a guy like you on our side. Thanks again for everything.
Right,
Let us rest.
recover stamina, and then we're going to perform that mission where we need to rescue someone. I'm just gonna send all the bots out. Experimental medicine, we'll do that ourselves. Right, bots?
If you would, please deliver this for me.
You know, because of all the metals I'm using, I want to do the other...
Ranked event as well. Let me do the other ranked event so that I can grab the metal reward from it.
Shouldn't take too long. Ranked drills.
Eliminate all meals with that.
And
the reward for this is just metals. Pure metals.
let's get it done.
Come here, you. Yeah! Come here. Gotcha!
Okay, come on.
Come on, come on, come on. Come on! Fuck you, bondage! 3 left.
Right, that guy turned around.
Perfect. Come here. Come here. Bondage!
He's going that way.
Good. I can get him from behind.
Come on.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on! Come on! Bondage!
Right.
Where's the last guy?
He's...
Fuck you!
God damn it! Ah, damn it, there goes my...
Come on!
Come on, come on, come on. Where are you going?
Where are you going? Fight me!
There goes my perfect stealth. Bonus. Fuck. I wonder if I should try to get perfect stealth.
I was so close.
Damn it.
Yeah, no perfect stealth.
A. Damn it.
What did I get?
Oh god damn it, really? Okay, yeah, we'll try that again.
Try that again.
We have to get perfect stealth.
Let's go.
Come here.
Come on. Come on. Fuck you! Bitch! Come on. Bandage!
Shit, I have to wait for him to
Turn around. Okay.
turn around. Let's go.
Come on. Bandage! Oh, these two.
Okay, where's he going? Shit, do I have to go back around?
You have to go back around.
Okay, fine, that's fine.
We'll go back around. Bandage!
Which way are you gonna go? Okay, he's going that way.
Bandage!
I said bondage! Oh my god! Fucking context sensitive buttons.
That almost fucked me over, but oh well, I got it. Please, can you rest rank?
If you would.
Yeah, that's more like it. No, what rank did I get?
Wow. See, chat, that's how much of a difference perfect stealth makes.
I'll take it.
I won't have any problems with metals for a while. That is until I have to build more roads. Motherfucker.
Okay, now let's rest.
Your work is great.
Please take care of Chuck-kun for me.
Although technically Chuck-kun won't be joining us on our next mission.
We're going to be using a bike.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Port North City is nearly ruined generator. Those structure is nearly ruined. Messages are annoying because it gives you messages for structures that you do not own.
So, I'm fairly certain those generators that it's warning me about, they belong to other players. And when it comes to structures built by other players,
I feel like it's generally just a better idea to just delete them.
yeah,
Aside from things like aside from structures like the zip lines, where it's actually really important to maintain
a zipline network at and the structures where they are.
you don't really need a generator to always be where it is. Ditto for bridges.
Watchtowers, post boxes, safe houses. You don't really need those to be where they are, so I'm thinking for most structures I'm just gonna delete them if they get so bad that they start breaking down. Any important data? Prepper him to be the doctor.
Why is this prepper claiming to be a doctor? Rest assured, I really am a doctor. I even have a medical license.
Okay. I guess I have to take your word for it because, you know,
The government body that issued it is long gone. Most folks haul themselves to a city hospital. But people out in the boonies, that's not really an option. You know, you can't just leave these people to die. I do what I can to help.
and the only one people can rely on to cure. Whenever I'm needed, I try to find someone to transfer me to the patient's residence.
Trying to bring everyone into kind of that's good is what I heard.
To perform most of the diagnosis and treatments while having to leave my shelter.
You know, if you really wanted to be an effective doctor that could go out anywhere, you could put your house not in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. You know how hard it is to reach your damn house, motherfucker?
That
You're in the mountains, god damn it. You could live anywhere else and you probably have a better time getting, well, wherever you need to go.
memory chips. What's new? I'm not surprised that Hideo Kojima made a action figure.
Extravehicular creative activity suit.
Looks like a fucking spacesuit. Alright, more backpack customization.
Is it time for me to refresh my backpack cover? Still got plenty of durability left. I'm not worried about that.
Color scheme there. Not gonna change that. I like my black color scheme. Let me just remove this thing.
Yeah, get rid of that.
Fuck off. Thank you. Right. No.
Right, there's a Mark III gun, isn't there?
Assault rifle. Mark III assault rifle. Non-lethal assault rifle level 3.
Scope mount, cheek pad.
Gun can be loaded by hermetic rounds.
Ejectable suppressor that greatly reduces firing noise. Oh, that's good. You know, technically the way we're meant to be using lethal weapons in this game is that we are when we are fighting bosses, we're supposed to either throw a grenade or fire hermetic rounds into the boss. The point of that is to bloody the boss. Once the boss is bloodied, we're supposed to switch over to lethal rounds and shoot the boss with lethal rounds. Apparently that is the highest DPS you can output on a boss. But I feel like needing to switch between, you know, lethal, non-lethal, hermetic grenades and all that feels very more fun. And I kind of wish it was more obvious whether or not firing non-lethal rounds through those clouds did as much damage as, you know, the lethal rounds, or the non-lethal versus lethal hermetic rounds. I want to know whether there's actually a difference.
Unfortunately, the game doesn't really tell us that. And we can't really test that in the training ground either. Oh.
Greetings everyone, time for more combat trucks. We're going to be doing a delivery out in the mount. Well, not a delivery, we're going to be doing a rescue from on the mountain, so we need a lot of energy drinks for this.
Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking, as long as you're here for the moment, chat. It can be coffee, tea, beer, root beer, water, anything you have, chat, as long as you're here. Drinks, everyone, going in 3, 2, 1. Bye. Yes, everyone.
Right in the face.
I wonder if Norman Reedus actually mocapped this.
Alright, let's put on our headgear.
And okay, we'll head out.
We're gonna be traveling light for this, only climbing gear. We're not gonna be using or bringing weapons of any kind with us.
I'll put everything
into storage. And the reason for this is so that if we need to abandon stuff once we find the person, I'm not gonna be too worried about it. So let me put this
here, there we go.
And now for the truck, we'll bring all of this with us.
Carry on our back.
There we go. Okay. The only weapon we'll bring with us is the
Sticky gun.
And now we need to borrow a bike.
Because we need a bike that we're not going to care if we have to abandon it.
Alright, we'll borrow this guy's bike.
Collaborate, please. Yeah, for Kusanagi bike.
Vehicle ready.
Thank you for giving me the bike. Let's go.
Wait, hang on. Fuck. I just realized.
Shoes.
And we'll just run it down.
Why not?
Wait, no, wait, no. Replace the shoes. Replace the shoes.
Footwear condition poor. Replacement is advised.
Place the shoes.
Might as well.
Recycle.
I'm surprised at how quickly these shoes ran down. Were they already damaged when I put them on?
Deal.
Just like one of those things where I put on some damaged shoes.
Oh. Recycle those for me, thank you. Fuck off. I want to see you.
Private locker.
Oh. Now where are my shoes?
Did I not have a spare change of shoes? Apparently not.
Oh.
Does anyone have?
Shoes I could use. The cosplayer. Alex Weather Station. Aaron Hill.
Yeah, we don't want any of that. Only a level 2 Bridges boots, huh? Damn. Ooh, ceramics. We'll definitely take that.
My ceramics now. Yeah, let's just fabricate bridge boot. Why not?
Put on, thank you.
And
Bots.
what have you done for me?
Half destroyed.
Well, too bad. Some metals, that's fine. Half destroyed chemicals, that's fine.
I'm sure it's fine. Just some
Shattered glass.
20 minutes, huh?
Yeah, why not? We'll send them all.
Once I finish this, I'm going to be heading back to an area where there's no real bot delivery to do anyway.
So, let's go.
Wait, hang on, I forgot to take the mission. Fuck!
Hang on. God. I'm such a scatterbrain.
Sam Porter Bridges.
My brain is all over the place today.
Forgot to change my boots. Forgot to take the mission.
Yeah. Give me the damn mission.
Alright. Let's get out of here. Again.
Order assigned. Begin scanning. Have a pleasant journey. Keep on keeping on. Weapons restrictions lifted.
For your climbing anchor.
I wonder which climbing anchor they're talking about. Oh.
Oh my god.
All the way up there, huh?
Hang on, what's the best pathway for me to get there? I would have to travel along the river to head to the Novelist Sun. Once I reach Novelist Sun, then
Head that way, okay. Oh, god damn it.
is this Kyla? No.
That's someone else's. Hi.
We will grab a charge here.
And keep going.
I don't care if I lose this bike.
Because it's not my bike. Teehee.
I wonder what's the point of this here.
Why would someone create a watchtower here?
All I see is cryptobiotes around.
Yeah, just a bunch of cryptobiotes. Nothing really worth collecting.
Well, whoever you are, I don't know. I still don't know what the function of this is. Okay, I'm fairly certain that the game is spawning these as I travel.
Because I scanned, and that wasn't there when I was scanning.
And then while I'm traveling, it appears out of fucking nowhere. Oh hey, those things. Is this possible? Yes it is.
I'm going to send you back to the distro center.
First things first, let me see if it's even possible for me to send you to a distro center.
Body barn.
Switch to liver mode. Ah, I see.
Okay.
Go right ahead, buddy bot.
You do that while I do this.
Okay, let me check.
What's the forecast looking like?
Okay, in 10 minutes, the rain directly in front of me is gonna clear up. So let's pass the time here.
Thank you for this shelter. It was very helpful.
Buddy bot is staying in Mountain, not City, right? That's fine.
I can stay there for now. What?
Oh, it's because of those things.
Ah, don't worry about them. Yeah. Should be smooth from here, following this river, until we have to... Yeah,
Until we have to travel up this section.
okay, let's go.
We might even be able to return the bike.
Oh, we'll see.
First sign of civilization. Alright, that's the basin. Let's see if we can get up.
By crossing the river. There we go.
Nothing's the same without you, kid.
Oh! Stuff for the doctor.
Is there really no prepper over here that can
You know,
reveal this location for me? Okay, we're going to build a...
charging station here.
Oh shit. I forgot, we need chiral network coverage in order to build anything. Fuck. Okay, guess the bike is
Guess the bike is not coming back.
doesn't have enough battery to make the return trip.
Oh well.
If I can bring these back, that would be good, but let's see.
Oh. Definitely getting that.
An omni-reflector boot, that'll be handy.
What's all this doing up here?
Another delivery for the doctor, huh? We're not gonna be able to bring this back with us, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know it's almost ran out. Sorry, but the bike's gonna have to be abandoned.
We'll ride the bike as far as we can, but yeah, we're going to abandon the bike. Lost cargo.
Medical instrument.
Hey.
Where are you?
I'm looking for you.
You out here somewhere? I found your food.
He's over there.
I know, that's
Just a marking for a...
package. Yeah. Porter, where are you?
There you are.
Sam, I take it you found our missing porter. Then let's give them the help they need.
Hey man, I'm here to rescue you.
Alright.
Good. Good. Let's get them back safe.
Okay, grab the boot and the delivery item for the doctor. This is the limit of how much we can carry while we have a porter or a human on our back.
So, alright, let's get down. We'll ride the bike until the bike is out of charge, and then we'll abandon it. Come on. Come on.
Can the bike still actually move?
Oh, it's our battery.
No.
Ah, it's done.
Alright.
Thank you, bike. You were helpful, but
You're dead now. Maybe a long-range bike would have made the trip out here and back.
oh well. I don't want to spend the resources to build one, so
Yeah, thinking about it now, I should have built my own long-range bike. Well, too late.
bye-bye, Mr. Bike.
Kanan B, wherever you are.
Thank you for your bike. Oh, that's a nice song. Okay, we're out of the snow.
This is a nice song.
I'm glad that the game chose something nice and comfy to listen to. Somehow I doubt anyone's going to grab my cargo from way up there and return it to me.
That's a nice song though.
I like the melody.
Alright, let's see here. There's a hot spring there. Oh! Let's stop by the hot spring.
It's done.
Skeletons.
Can boost any depletes battery.
Cease when battery solar power. Solar recharge in.
Blah 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 blah. Yeah.
I never knew that there was a hot spring there.
You see it? You see it, Chad? It's right over there. That's our destination. At least. Our pit stop.
There's a river between us and the hot spring, so we use that bridge.
Hey, Jackie. Thank you.
Mr.
Ching ching chong chong.
I need to join in on the hot springs.
Sign, so
Let's put out some signs around.
Rest is advised.
Put a sign right over
here. Let's see. There we go. Hello, Mr. Porter.
Wanna join me for a bar? World's End Miracle Pool. Been detected in this raid. Faint measure of chiralium poses no visums. Source of the water's miraculous healing properties.
Oh, wow. Oh.
Okay. Unfortunately,
We can't see the Porter join us in the hot spring. Oh.
Soak it in, Sam. Soak it in. Now this is living. Oh, hell yeah. Soak it in, Sam. Soak it in.
Someone created a post box here. I have a feeling they did it just so that you can play music first.
That's the stuff. Soak it in, Sam. Soak it in.
Right, let's get out of here.
wow, this restored my stamina up to full buff levels.
Wow.
Okay, now that we know that this is here, we need to visit this again.
Whenever my stamina is low, just come here and soak in the bath.
Alright, let's go. point of that?
What is that?
That does nothing. Shit, I don't have a ladder.
Fuck, how do I get across this?
Oh, wait, here.
Okay, shallow crossing here.
A bike.
I'll grab that bike and I'll make the journey back a lot easier.
Whatever that is.
Oh,
Before I go too far.
Mr. Ching Chong Ding Dong Bing Bong. Thank you for the bridge.
Wow, exactly 8,000.
Perfect. Calculated, chat. Calculated. Hehe. Hi.
Whose bike is that? Saramaluk?
Don't know who you are, but thank you for your bike. Oh,
Someone build a charging station there.
oh, we don't
We don't need to charge. We'll be able to get home.
before we need to charge.
God damn it.
It's silly how the bike kind of just like slides on the ground until some predetermined distance.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked. Decontaminated. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Some guy lost a stun bomb.
Don't know what this is doing here, but oh well.
Alright.
Harpy deliveries. I have your porter here. Safe and sound.
We even got a nice dip in the hot spring.
More colors. A lot more colors.
Is that all I did this for though?
Just colors.
Yeah, this is all just fucking cosmetic. Fuck. Really? I trudged my ass all the way out there just for cosmetics. Yeah.
Oh well.
Let us return this.
Lost cargo.
We're not gonna entrust that to the doctor because we have our own. We're going to be living there ourselves. Instead, we'll do this. And then we're going to
Retrieve our truck.
Stand clear. Vehicle ready.
Okay.
time for us to get back to doing more deliveries.
Although, before we continue,
Let me take a washroom break.
I need to get up and stretch my legs. So, you guys get up and stretch your legs too if you've been here all this time.
It's important to stretch your legs so that you don't get deep vein thrombosis and then you get a stroke and die or anything like that.
I'll be right back, chat.
One thing I'm wondering, chat, is how does the game populate items that we find to lost items, other people's lost items
That we find and return.
because I've seen so many people dropping their items here inside the distro center or any checkpoint, and I'm like, that's a really weird place to lose an item, you know?
I don't know why I see that a lot.
Because I'm wondering whether I'm actually seeing items that people lose here, or if I'm not actually seeing
Items taken from elsewhere, and it spawns in, predefined locations in the game. Because the game is so obtuse, it's really hard for us to figure out how its systems functions, you know?
Omni reflector boot. I'll put it here. That is heading towards the doctor. We'll load that onto the truck.
Let's see. Is there anything missing?
No, I'm gonna leave these here.
Right. Now I need to
Manage this. I'm going to be handling that myself. Poison gas procured by terrorists. Okay.
we are going to want to retrieve that.
Deliver experimental medicine. Okay, so yeah, we're going to retrieve that and we will.
Hang on.
How much ammo do I have in my gun?
I forgot, did I?
Full ammo. Okay, good. We're gonna launch an attack on the terrorists.
In addition to
Performing 2 quests.
going to fabricate
Bunch of
stuff. There we go.
Okay, load onto the truck.
All that's done.
We'll be using that later. We need. Okay, I got everything I need for the attack on the terrorists. We need to grab ceramics.
At least one other ceramics because
Yeah, we need to fill this up. How much ceramics do we need? Actually, no, we're gonna fill 2 of these up. The metals we can get from the mountain, not say this up because we just withdrew a lot of metals there, but the ceramics, that's really important. My god, this is so much ceramics. How much is that? 3,000 ceramics? Ah, this is gonna fucking bankrupt me, I swear.
Fine, it's fine. We'll just do it.
We do it because we have to. Alright. Let's see. 3420 minus
280.
1,240 ceramics for the first autopaver.
And
Let me make sure that the number is in sequence. Yes, it is.
okay.
God, this is number 29 and this is number 25, which means between this and that there's 4 more pavers. Oh, that's gonna be so fucking painful. Fuck. I'm actually out of ceramics here. Shit. take what we can.
1,000. How much was it?
240.
$1,240. Got it. Right.
Claim that. Hopefully we will find more at the mission area, but
This is annoying. Okay, so
we're going to take the experimental medicine and the poison gas.
and we should have everything good to go.
We'll use my defensive truck.
Load them all up, please. Thank you.
Okay, let's head out.
Order assigned.
We're going to need
This. Scout there and murder some terrorists.
Beginning scan. Pleasant journey. Decon keeping up. Weapons restrictions lifted.
I wonder if I should use some of these trucks
Instead,
and she'll be fine.
I shall be fine.
Decon keeping reporting, Sam. Safe travels.
We have 3 boxes. We'll likely have to attack and search.
All 3 of them. Let's go.
We'll use this as a staging area.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. I'm right here.
Alright, remote stun bomb. Can I throw it far enough?
I can. Did I miss?
Fuck, I missed.
Alright.
It takes 2 to knock them out.
Okay, they're both down.
I have quite the arm, don't I?
Be able to throw that far.
Okay.
Come on.
Go down, you motherfucker!
Why aren't you going down yet?
Okay.
He's down.
You know, it's amazing how far these guys can spot.
Get down, allies. There's a truck coming.
Okay, so they are on alert, but they can't see them.
Okay,
Oh shit.
he spots his friend. Shit.
No, are they coming to me or no?
I'm not sure. They are,
Okay, they are coming to me.
which means
Okay, they don't know where I am exactly.
that's fine.
I'm gonna get closer.
And fuck you. Fuck you.
He sees me.
Alright,
Pull the gun.
shit.
Got you. Oh shit, he wasn't in the water.
Fine then. Fine then.
Come here.
Takes way too many bullets to take these guys down.
Heads up, Sam. Looks like you've tripped an intrusion sensor. To be clear, these sensors react to you, not to your cargo. Be careful. Trouble may be on the way.
Alright.
Will let them come to us?
Come on. Come on.
I got some.
Surprise butt sex for you. Come on.
Come on.
Come on. Fuck you.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to grab my
Truck. We're going to
grab the truck, head back to
that other box there.
grab the stuff, and then we'll come here and loot them.
Let's go.
stairs.
Stop. Hackman. Hackman. Just whatever Hackman can.
Really? Oh, fuck you.
I'm
grabbing this shit. Oh, wow. How much stuff did people lose here? Okay, those spare magazines and used blood bags, I don't care, but still. Load that onto the truck.
Load that onto the truck.
All this stuff that people lost.
Oh, take it with us.
These we don't care.
Assault rifles we don't care.
Right. Oh shit. No you don't. No you don't. No you don't. You're not gonna wake up your friends. Come here! Come here! Fuck you! Fuck you! Bitch!
Boss.
Boss is still alive. Was it from that base?
Yeah, it was from that base. Okay.
Got a couple of more guys alive over there. We'll clear them out in a minute. First things first, we'll grab loot.
I'll grab this.
We don't need metals. What we do need is ceramics. There's a PPC here. You know what? I'm going to use this PPC to
create a recharging station here.
There's a random recharging station in the middle of nowhere.
EPC.
We'll create it right here. Not even gonna bother upgrading this
It's something that's meant to be here.
for like just this one attack into the
Terrorist look base and
we're gonna abandon it after. Unless
do we have
metals here. We have enough metals to upgrade this.
so you know what? You know what?
I'll build this as a... I'll upgrade this as a...
Way to help out. anyone who has to attack the terrorists.
Ceramic.
That's worth taking.
Let's go.
And more terrorists to run over.
Okay, no more ceramics. I really wish I could take these guns and turn them on the terrorists, but
Sadly, you can't.
the instant I do that, I will cause a void out.
Ah, sad. At least he's sad.
I really wish I could kill the terrorists, but
No.
the game says you mustn't kill people. So I can't use their own guns against them because all of their guns are lethal. Fucking game forcing me to be a pansy. Yeah. I'm annoyed.
Okay. But this. The charging station will be upgraded to level 2.
You know, if this charging station loads in for other people, people are going to be wondering, what the hell is a charging station doing all the way out here?
Structure upgraded.
Big yellow ducky. Continue our mission.
There is a
Safe post box over there. We'll grab that first and then we'll double back towards the well. Hello? Any terrorists here? No? Just gonna have me walk up here? Okay.
I wonder why people put signs here even though we could clearly see that this is here on the map.
That's like no point.
Okay.
Have the poison gas.
Philip North. Spirit Center, no, we don't need that.
Special alloys, we don't need that.
That's all that was in here.
This is a loot patch.
Wait, how did I get...
Wait,
Wait, how did I wedge the truck between the trees and the post box? Hang on, hang on, hang on. There we go.
takes skill, chat, to wedge the truck between the trees and the post box like that. Pure skill.
Yes. It also takes pure skill to run. Oh god damn it! I failed to run him over.
Oh well.
Let's punch him.
Hey,
Hey, motherfucker! Oh god damn it!
I missed.
Fuck! 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 Fuck!
Come here.
Do I'm still pure skill, chat?
Yes, pure skill.
It was all skill. Don't mind the fact that I missed.
It's fine. It's fine.
Where are you?
No, you don't.
I'm coming to get you!
Coming to get you. Fuck you!
God,
The truck.
windscreen is smashed. No.
Ah!
Oh my god. Okay, I don't know how to control that.
Fuck you. Fuck you. We're fine, chat. We're fine.
Holy, just as planned.
Yes. We're fine.
Let's see here. Is this terrorist cell clear? How is this not cleared yet? Didn't I take them all out?
Who else is left? Oh,
I'm not gonna worry about that, I guess.
let's just get what we came for. And come on.
Load it onto the truck. Someone's blood bag and a ladder.
We don't need these.
We need that, and give me that.
Go down to the truck.
Okay.
Sticky gun should be enough for now. I don't think we need to kill anyone else.
Wait, did I say kill? I didn't mean kill, I mean...
Put to sleep, yes. We don't need to put anyone else to sleep.
Yeah, seriously, who else is there? I ran over everyone.
I'm not seeing anyone left. Very strange.
Is there someone closer to here?
Here, maybe?
Sometimes we see a terrorist very close to this site.
Patrolling.
I feel like if I there was a terrorist here, I would have ran into him already.
Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it.
Well, we'll just head off. Maybe this terrorist cell is designed to not be clearable because I have cleared this terrorist cell once before. And it disappeared for a while, but while it was disappeared, eventually I think a story segment mandated that the terrorists come back. Ah, god damn it, really?
Why is this dumped in the middle of the road? So yeah, maybe it's just at that stage of the story where that cell is always there.
What? The thing...
The thing literally spawned in front of me.
Yeah, look at all this! So much junk that people dropped.
I wonder why here of all places.
Is it because they all fell for the same trick that the fucking river pulled as I did?
They tried to drive their bike into the river and then
Suddenly it was like really deep and they're like,
ah shit!
and yeah, they lost all their stuff down the river.
That's probably what happened, isn't it?
More than likely that's what happened. Ah well. Let's try to see if we can retrieve some of these for people.
Come here.
We should get that,
Shouldn't we?
because it's important for reps.
So, let me go and pick that up.
Only yellow? Okay,
That's fine.
we can cross that.
Come on.
Actually not close enough.
There we go.
Okay, Okay, so note to self, I should just jump over the river.
Okay, sorry anyone else whose items I see. I'm gonna have to bypass here because my truck is completely full.
Safe travels.
You know, I actually enjoy driving in the rain,
A lot of people say I'm crazy because of this.
but
Yeah, I actually enjoy driving in the rain. Okay, that custom carrier ladder, that is important.
that is not a
Item that can be produced. It can only be gained through rep, so
that is worth taking.
and returning to its owner.
Safe travels. Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Decontaminating system.
Happy deliveries!
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Hello?
I have a bunch of stuff for you.
A lot of stuff, in fact. I believe you also have my bot, don't you?
Yeah. Come on up, bot.
Wait, didn't you have an item for me?
Yeah. That one. Right,
Load that onto the truck. And we...
deliver that. Right. Really, really large consignment there.
Hey, Sam. Welcome back. Tough journey as always, I bet. Thank you so much. You've helped a lot of people in ways you don't even know.
I mean, considering that I had to attack and kill a whole bunch of mules to get this here, was quite tough, but oh well.
You're sleeping with the fishes now.
Give me that ass swing. Come on. You know I deserve it. For wiping out those mules. Heck yeah.
Number of bots can be used simultaneously increase.
Oh, okay.
Stabilizer 2. We still can't use it. Wow, I almost maxed it out. Nice.
to deliver lost cargo.
Not this, not that.
All of this.
Oh my god. So many people are about to have a bunch of lost cargo delivered here. Wait, no, fuck! I wasn't supposed to fucking...
Shit! Shit! I wasn't supposed to drop those off here.
So those are supposed to go to the doctor.
Fuck!
Damn it!
Damn it!
It's gonna be annoying.
Oh, maybe I'll be able to find someone else's lost cargo heading towards the doctor here.
Anything heading towards the doctor?
Anything at all?
No? Fuck you then. Ceramics.
Okay,
Thank you for that. I'll take that.
yeah, we definitely want that.
Okay, we're not going to recycle this yet because we want to go out and make the delivery to the road first. Cogeneration unit.
I don't care about that.
Okay, so that requires how many metals? 20 minus 3, 5, 2,000, just under 2,000.
So, right.
Load it onto the truck. Okay. We're going to deliver to the doctor. And then we're going to head up to the road to build out the section of road. And then we'll decide. And then we'll take a rest and then we'll...
Head out to the roboticist.
Oh god damn it!
I wonder if the roboticist is going to be robotic. I doubt it, right?
Would Hideo Kojima put a Dr. Robotnik reference in here?
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges.
Oh, come on.
Verifying ID. All weapons will be locked until the
Sorry about your day.
Thank you.
It was there when I got here. Trust me. Happy deliveries.
Why am I delivering experimental medicine here?
Delivering cargo.
Shouldn't the experimental medicine be stored elsewhere?
A delivery? Oh, good. Excellent. Everything appears to be in perfect condition.
By the way, does your woman ever speak?
I don't think she said a word, has she? medical device.
Sunglasses.
Yeah, no.
No upgrade.
Oh, by the way, I came across something I thought you might find
Oh.
useful. You're
Oh.
more than welcome to it.
What do you have for me?
What's that? Oh, so this is where I get high capacity blood bags. Great. Unique construction cannot be reproduced. Fuck. Another item that I'm going to start hoarding.
And never use.
Do remember not to neglect your health. Good work.
Cryptobiotes for medicinal use.
What's in a bot here? My phone.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
Right, I'll take these 2 times sensitive. Missions.
Right. Maybe I can get S rank on.
Order
That other one.
Delivery parameters updated. Time limit set.
Don't do anything too reckless.
Restrictions lifted.
Okay, let's go.
The rest should be relatively easy.
Except for these fucking rocks in the way. Okay, come on.
Boost. Slide.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Charging.
Contaminated suit. All clear.
Okay, I'm not gonna bother parking this properly because
I just need to get to the terminal.
Harpy deliveries! Harpy deliveries! I'm shit for you! Gonna just throw this into your face.
Shum, 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 shum.
Hey, Sam. Look, I'm, sorry to impose on you once again, but we wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. Wow, how did you get this here so fast? I tell you, you never fail to impress.
It's literally around the corner.
All you have to do is walk out,
And
it takes like 5-10 minutes tops. If you just walk slowly.
uh
And you have a truck, it's like under a minute. Oh my god, it's getting so
so close to maxing out.
Thanks, Sam. You're in.
Right, let us
Good work. New order available.
go
Please access
and
delivery terminal for
Build
further
up the road.
information. Have a pleasant journey. Keep on keeping on. Weapons restrictions lifted.
a bunch of packages.
oh, can I not see it from here? There you are. Come on.
But that's going to the doctor.
Get in there.
Get out of my way, fucking bot!
Come on. Come on.
Ooh, somebody built a charging station over here.
That'll be handy. I can reach it from here. Nice. Perfect. I wonder if I'll be able to get snowshoes eventually. Come on. Time to build up this road.
Alright. Shit, I didn't bring enough. Fuck!
I must have been dreaming and miscalculated.
Damn it. What was I? Oh, it's 400 metals, not 4. Fuck! I failed math. Hey bot, do you think you can go and just grab one fucking 400 metals from me? It's actually right down there. God damn it. Well, let's go.
Yeah, that area is dangerous. I'm not gonna go there.
Beginning
Take the key.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Decontaminating suit. All ready to journey. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Alright, hang on. Let me grab one more 400 metal.
Alright.
Excuse me.
Have a pleasant journey. Keep on.
How long will you have?
Welcome back, Mitchell. Probably about 4 to 5 hours, give or take. I think.
welcome back to Roadworks stream, where we
perform maintenance and road building.
and nothing else.
I forgot to bring.
This. Hi. Please, if you would.
Give me the shit. Alright, now here's the question. Do I have enough materials in order to immediately build this?
I doubt it.
I highly doubt it. But we can give it a shot. I'm gonna drain the reserves from the doctor.
Because the doctor doesn't need it.
Actually, that safe house there. I wonder if the person who built that safe house up stored some stuff.
Let's see.
Nope, that safe house is completely empty.
Ah, unfortunate.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges. Verifying ID. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Okay, let's go and see the doctor.
Oops.
Beginning scan.
Hi.
Scanning bridges ID.
Hello, doctor.
Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All
Do you have
weapons will be
any-
locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank
Why?
Why the fuck is this here?
Yeah, someone dropped this. Actually, wait, no.
We're not gonna level our cargo.
We'll do it at the mountain, not city.
No orders here.
We are going to claim 1,000 metals and 800 ceramic from you.
Thank you.
Load it all into the truck. Right.
Turn around. Okay.
Don't ask me why a doctor decided to live out here in the middle of bumfuck nowhere.
He's just an asshole that way.
I mean, yeah, technically he is around the...
I'm fine.
Fine.
We're fine. As I was saying, technically he is around the corner from Mountain City, but
Still, see how what kind of terrain we have to negotiate to get to him.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Decontaminating. Counter-pleasant
Okay. First things first. Deliver lost cargo.
Wait, when did I pick this up?
Not interested.
Oh shit, I forgot.
I picked it up when I was.
Doing roadworks.
Sam. Tell
Oh,
you.
give me the mics.
We have more roadworks to do. Nice.
We maxed it. Perfect.
Oh, that's so much more ceramics and metals.
Okay.
We might have enough to build the next stage.
Off-road. Let's try to see what we can do.
We hadn't gone to collect the data shards down by the crater yet.
Fuck! I completely forgot about that.
Thanks, Sam. You're an inspiration to all.
Good work.
God, there's so much stuff I have to do. Okay, we'll recycle all of these first.
Get them in there. Alright,
Thank you for your...
Now, how much do I need?
I need,
Let's see here. 6,000 minus 2,880. 3,120 metals.
contribution.
Not enough anymore. I've used up all the metals I picked up from.
the reward. Alright,
Let's see. What was it again? 3,120.
alright,
Load that onto the truck.
alright.
3,120, right?
Yep. I'm gonna make sure that I don't fuck this up this time.
Put those back in.
Thank you. Yeah, fuck off. Alright,
Thank you for your...
Next up.
let's see. 6750 minus 3240.
3,510 ceramics. Oh, that's so painful.
contribution.
Like 3,510 ceramic stats. 4 of those.
Plus. One of these. Perfect. This is so fucking expensive. Oh, by the way, if anyone is just coming in,
Don't mind the fact that my windscreen and my front and rear windscreen is shattered.
we had to go through some terrorists on the way here.
And they're currently sleeping.
Way down the hill over there.
I wonder if the AoE for the charger goes up.
Can't tell. Oh,
Oh crap. We don't need to grab that anymore.
do we? Harpy road works.
So that's why a Harpy is building roads.
I don't have a choice in the matter.
I have to build roads, otherwise I'll be fucked.
Right.
Contributed more, yep.
That's fine. Is this elevated? Yep, it is. Once this road is fully online, it's gonna make the trip down from here so much easier.
I can't read that. It's blue and white font against a white background is impossible to read. Mules? Here? Oh wow.
Good luck!
Keep on keeping on.
Oh wow, shelter here. Someone even left a bike? I want to try to spot the all of the constructors.
If possible.
Shit, that's out of the zone, huh? This is number 27. It's 29. Please don't tell me the final three 27 and 28. Please don't tell me the final two constructors are always out of. There has to be someone here, right?
Please tell me there's someone here with that we can connect to the Chiron network.
Maybe the roboticist.
Yeah, maybe it's the roboticist.
Right? We're gonna head back now. And we need to do some stuff. We're not gonna do the roboticist yet.
Instead, we're going to head all the way back down to the mountain city.
And we're going to... We're going to grab the data shards that I keep forgetting to grab.
And once we're done with that,
We'll come back here and we'll make contact with the roboticist.
yeah, that's all we're gonna do.
Ooh, that's what's grabbing. Can I get... How do I get there easily?
Here. I wonder why people built this stuff up here.
Oh, that's a...
It's a quest area, isn't it?
That is so... There's so quest area. Aye.
And jump! There we go.
Ah, you'll be fine.
Shotgun.
Oh, what is this fog?
Beginning scan.
And snow.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Okay, we're gonna do several things here. First, we're going to
Drop off the loot that's heading to the roboticist. Drop that off here.
um
I'm gonna drop off the high capacity blood bag.
here.
Metals and chemicals, we'll drop this off here. We'll put the blood bag here, why not? We're gonna deliver that
And then we're gonna head back down.
and we'll sleep at the distro center.
Down in the valley.
fucking vehicle. Jank. Look how unstable this fucking truck is. You wouldn't expect something this big to be that unstable.
Bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Happy deliveries.
Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Target.
Got some high performance.
Springs for you.
Ah,
It's gonna be all before I can max him out, I think.
That's fine.
I do so enjoy your but even an old man like
Yeah, seriously. I think his woman doesn't say anything.
Now let's drive back down to...
The distro center.
And we'll rest there, and we'll... And then after that we will head back out and around to get the data shards.
In the crater.
Someone built that ramp just so that he could jump onto the road.
Verifying ID. Weapons restrictions. Safe travels.
It looks like something that was aimed specifically so that you could jump onto the road.
Keep on keeping on.
The fuck is this? Random assault rifle. And a package for the doctor, really?
Ash. Come on.
I'll deliver these to the doctor later.
We're currently heading down to do some item collection.
So I wonder if I need a truck over there.
Oh, it's about to explode. Oh well.
Safe travels.
Another package for the doctor. Oh, look at all this junk that people drop because they drove into the river. It's destroyed, so no point in me picking that up.
Look at this stuff.
Oh, another big package for the doctor.
It's definitely worth stopping for.
down first.
I'll pick it up later. Where's the package for the doctor?
You know, I swear that package for the doctor is placed on top of a rock just so that we can sticky gun it to us
Easily.
Maybe I should use the bunny bot to grab and deliver all of those packages I just picked up for the doctor.
Yeah, I should do that, shouldn't I?
That's what the bunny bot is for. Once we get to the digital center, I'll load up the buddy bot.
And send him off. Someone jump the ladder.
And boulder gun is done.
That's fine.
All those assholes are still out cold. Is it still a danger zone? Who else is still alive to attack me?
You're all out cold.
I don't see any terrorists anywhere. And this is still marked as a hazard area.
Hmm. Not sure what's up with that.
I need some porters.
Safe travels.
I'm amazed that those AI porters would have been called to use people's structures.
Keep on keeping on.
I don't know how they were able to achieve that, but it's cool that they're actually able to pass and react to the structures that people build.
They'll use them accordingly. Those AI porters were using the bridge that's a player built to cross the river.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All
Harpy
weapons
delivery.
keep on keeping on. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Alright, so we have a bunch of things we have to manage here.
First things first.
Delivery bots. We'll just send them all out.
And now I need to wait for my own buddy bot to get here. Because I want him to do something.
Oh yeah, buddy bot.
Over here.
Please be close enough to access the
Truck. Yep, he is. Okay.
Okay, I want you, buddy bot, to take these 3 things
And
deliver them to the doctor.
off you go.
In the meantime,
We're going to drop off all of that lost cargo we found. Lots of people lost lots of shit. Easy to understand.
I wonder if I should send out the buddy bot to do this. Quite fast. Low damage. And we are going to bed.
This might come back off cooldown.
By the time we're done. Yeah, you know what? Okay, well, we're gonna send a delivery bot.
To do this first. So that he'll get some stuff done while we're resting.
And now we rest. Circuitous route to destination in order to avoid mules and other threats.
Yeah, but
Okay, yeah, we're not in a hurry. We'll let the buddy bot do what it needs to do on its own.
should be fine. Okay. We'll take another washroom break and then when we get back,
Time for us to go and find the data shards in the crater.
Harpy.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Okay. I'm back. Let me get back into my chest harness.
Why do that?
I need to put my tablet to charge. I forgot to put it on charge, but oh well.
The game. I forgot to put on music.
EX grenade number 1.
I'm to say hi to the chat.
EX grenade number 0.
Alright, let's see.
Any mail for me?
The doctor.
The medical terminal is proven to be fit for our purpose.
Oh.
Perhaps teach AIs to address the patient needs in place of a human. Seems there are no concerns about the device becoming sentient. Are you sure about that?
So AI can be safely utilized to create what might call the ideal doctor. I've been wondering, is it really in our best interest?
Saying simply forging connections is not enough.
We have the responsibility to ensure that the world we're building with this network will truly be better than the one we have now.
I mean, I ain't gonna say no to having what's his face, that doctor from Voyager. Near the incinerator.
Right, so,
This is what we're trying to do. Something glowing down in the crater.
we have to try to find these.
Crater where Middle North City used to be. We're gonna have to take an expedition to Middle North City.
I have no idea where the data shard is, but got no choice but to bungle around until we find it.
Oh.
Time for more coffee, chat. Bye. Cheers. Boy, it'd be great if I could get free beer and free coffee for life.
Right in the face.
Put a cap on and
Let us remove those.
yeah.
Get rid of that. Just. I don't even use all these sunglasses and Luden's mask and all that. Customized backpack. We now have a stabilizer level 3. Posture controlling vernier thrusters. Regulates the user speed when descending, allowing you to fall from high places without taking damage and jump further. Wow! Wow, is that a literal backpack? take up less space. Oh, so I can.
Do I want to use this?
I feel like this is one of those things where
Hang on. Much.
okay, so
No matter what it has to attach like this.
can I fit a battery along with this thing?
No.
So why
Why is it so hard to fit everything I want? God damn it.
I want to have at least one. Well, I want one ammo container. I want one utility pouch. Is there any way I can fit an ammo container along with a utility pouch?
And
Hang on. No, that doesn't improve
anything.
I think this is still the. Wait,
No, this is even better.
yeah, this
This is better. This is better.
ammo, utility pouch, and
Okay, let's
let's try to see if I can improve this. All this time,
I've been
wearing this in a less than maximized manner.
optimized manner. That's the word I was looking for.
Alright, so if I move this here,
And
put the utility pouch here, I can put large grenade pouch,
large grenade pouch.
and is there anything I can fit besides the large grenade pouch?
I don't think so.
I can't fit the battery, I can't fit.
Yeah.
So I just.
Increase amount of battery.
Other equipment. Redesigned to take up less space.
Take up less space, it says, but
It's still fucking impossible to fit. So I can use an extra battery and extra ammo.
but
Hang on.
Yeah.
But if I do this, I'm losing the utility pouch and
I'm
losing the grenades. Why does the extra battery take up so much space?
It's annoying. Grenade pouch. Large grenade pouch.
Can carry even more grenades. I suppose carrying even more grenades is not a bad thing.
Even though the only reason I'm carrying even more grenades is because I can't fit anything else.
Family loss? Yes.
That's fine. No, that's done. Let me double check on the rain shield.
27%. Ah, it's still fine.
Still good.
Right,
That's done. That's done.
let's get out there.
Time for us to find our data shards.
Alright, let's see. We're going to recycle some stuff.
Recycle that. Recycle that. Recycle that.
It's fine, that's fine.
That's fine. All of these are still fine.
Plenty of blood bags we can use.
Yeah, all that's fine. Alright.
Please?
Fuck a bitch.
Okay, we got some metals, resins. Yeah, it's fine. Now we fabricate a I forgot. We also want to recycle the assault rifle.
Yeah, recycle that. Right now, we fabricate a sticky gun.
Non-lethal assault rifle.
3.
2 magic grenades level 1.
Okay. That should be good.
Sticky gun on tool rack. Non-lethal assault rifle on the back. Automatic grenades.
In grenade pouch.
And now private locker equipment.
Right, that's good. We have all the equipment we need.
Now, check in on the bots.
See, that's fine, I don't care. The novelist son again. I don't care either. The doctor. E rank, that's fine.
Wow, that's so close to maxing out.
One more delivery should do it.
Right, standard orders. Condense forest fertilizer.
Fast acting painkillers.
How is that still in progress?
Oh,
Okay,
let us.
check what's in the garage. We're going to delete this bike.
We don't need it anymore.
Vehicle ready. Thank you for your contribution.
Okay.
And now, considering where we're going, wait, I don't think I'll be able to get those data shards. Without the baby, this is going... Yeah, this entire area is going to be BT territory.
It's not gonna be safe for me to go there without BB. Fuck.
Okay, yeah, I guess we have to put off getting those data shards until next time.
Damn it.
Instead, we'll just get the materials for it then.
Last bit of road.
Do I still have ceramics here? No, I am completely out. Shit. Are there any ceramic deliveries I can take? Fuck. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. We're going to go back out here to the distro center. We're gonna try to see if we can pick up any resource delivery missions to bring it out here, because this place needs ceramics. Yeah, ceramics are okay, but they might get low eventually. These are really high, so we want to grab whatever we can from here
And get out that way.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Even if we don't end up going that way for
The data shards, we still need to go there and grab resources, so
well, let's do that. Okay, how's the body bot?
Is it delivered?
Yep, it's in the hangar, so...
Buddy bot, return to me.
Beginning scan. Safe travels, pleasant journey. Keep on keeping on. Restrictions lifted.
1,000 metals. Wow. Did he really abandon that just because the road was already built and he miscalculated?
Really? Oh, I'll take it.
Nah, I'm not gonna get it. We'll return it to him. Somebody dump resins.
But resins are very not essential.
So I don't care about fucking resins. I care about that ceramics though.
So let's grab those ceramics.
Thank you.
We're leaving.
Don't you dare chase after me. Are you serious? Are you gonna chase me all the way out here? Oh my god, you're chasing me all the way out here.
Fuck! Okay,
We're leaving.
get in the truck, we're leaving. Fuck you.
Bunch of metals, hermetic grenades. Something just tried to scan for me.
No ceramics. Yeah, we don't. If there's no ceramics, we don't care.
A gold armor plate. That's worth something. Why do you drop it underneath the road though? It's gonna make it so hard to pick up.
Eh,
Is there any way for me to?
like here.
Ah! Fuck.
Hang on.
Hang on. There has to be a way for me to get back up to the
Bridge. Hang on.
Okay, we're not gonna do that. Well, we're gonna take the safe route, yes. Come on. Can't believe how difficult it is for me to control the jump distance with the fucking speed skeleton. I should pick those up because those are worth something. Why not? We're here.
Might as well.
Be quick. Level 2 bridge boots here. Okay, that goes all the way to bottom, so we want to
Leave that as a quicker way back up. Oh wow. The arm really does make us climb up and down ladders faster.
I wonder how that works considering it's only one arm.
Oh. Come on.
Alright.
That should be all of it. Let's get out of here.
Grab rope!
God damn it!
Wait, didn't I like this person's anchor before?
I could have sworn I did.
Name's Sam.
Oh. Thank you for this. This is really helpful.
Let's put
This all away. There we go. Now we
visit the way station. We're only gonna visit the way station, the crafter, and then the distro center, and then back out. We're not gonna visit everyone. Ah, the callouts were changed to calling out the baby. Ah. Ah. My baby. I really hope BB is okay.
Once we meet up with him again.
Let me see here.
Um,
That save file doesn't have anything either.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Someone left the fucking bowl again here?
All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Harpy deliveries. Let me deliver this lost cargo.
Yeah, we'll drop it up here.
I know. Alright,
Do you have any ceramics?
no. Just a bunch of metals.
We could still grab the metals though. Yeah, we'll still grab the metals anyway because the mountain distro center's metals are running a bit low.
Let's see.
Special alloys.
Oh,
Early days of Death Stranding. Food enriched with air from BTs. Material delivery special alloys. Damn. I was hoping that it would be ceramics. Fuck.
somebody ping me?
And we'll just
Send.
the spot out.
Why not? Off you go.
Deploying.
In the meantime, we will take that,
and that. Premium delivery.
Yep, that's fine. I've got to load the truck up with my ladders and everything, but it's fine. We weren't doing any exploring anyway, so it's good.
Delivery parameters updated. Time limit set.
Let's go. A time limit on one of these.
We'll still stop by the engineer though.
Let's go.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Jump! Get back on the road. Hi, BTs. I don't want anything to do with you right now. I'm here just to make deliveries.
Kindly fuck off, please. Ceramics, oh my god, I want that so much. Fuck! Yeah, hang on, let me check the weather forecast.
Okay, after 20 minutes.
The rain is going to let up. Okay,
So,
when we can, we will wait for the rain to let up. And then once the rain lets up, we will run in, grab the ceramics, and then get out.
that's a lot of ceramics. And we want those.
That would be an example of a busted up generator, so
Get rid of it.
no point in repairing it.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Happy deliveries.
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Anyone home? Got a delivery of specialized and coffee kits.
Nah, it's you. How's it going? Cargo's in mint.
Thank you.
And thank you for the likes again.
Alright,
Go ahead and grab.
these are the custom hermetics, right? Alright, well, we'll put these in the truck and bring them with us to the other distro center.
Between you and I. Keep it up.
Hey,
Any deliveries heading towards the distro center? Let's
see.
There's a Cairo printer part heading there. Metal and special alloy heading there as well, so we'll pick those up on our way back out.
But for now,
We don't need to do any of those. Okay.
continue our
Oh, god damn it. I said
continue our urgent delivery to the distro center.
Weapons restriction lifted. Keep on keeping up. Good morning, Sam.
pick up that ceramic on the way back. Something going to the doctor out here.
Really?
Picked up on the way back as well.
Huh?
Junk component destroyed.
ceramics along the way.
Beginning scan. Stranding bridges ID. Verifying ID contaminated.
Happy deliveries coming through. Urgent delivery.
Port of bridges.
We're here. Requested urgent cargo.
Everything all right, Zap? Wow. I bet your body's aching after carrying all that.
It occurs to me I probably should have taken the chemicals out of storage before I completed it. Ah well, too late. You've truly become the great deliverer. Wait a long time so you can make it whole again. Fulfill your destiny and leave no cargo undelivered. Oh. Can now hold the breath for longer, okay. Oh baby. Well,
No shame in.
I hope we get to keep baby.
Good work.
Well, I should rephrase. I hope baby doesn't lose his memory, first of all. And I hope we get to keep baby. Resins and ceramics. Okay, that's... Metals and ceramics, metals and ceramics. Into delivery. Resin and special alloys. I believe he's already full. And we'll just have to plot through it anyway. Metals and ceramics here. Resins and ceramics there. Yeah, we'll get the possibilities. Right now. Anything heading towards the distro center? Resins and ceramics heading there. We'll take that. We'll also take the nutritious food. Metals and ceramics, exactly what we need. It's a premium delivery. Right. Anything else? Nope, okay, good. Shit. Shit. We can't. Hang on. We can't take that load. Damn it. I have an idea. Okay. This is what we're gonna do. Instead, we're going to only take... We're only gonna take this. And we'll see how much That is.
Truck defensive.
Okay, completely filled up the truck.
All I have to do.
Order assigned.
And then at the same time, I'm going to order a bot to...
Deliver resins and ceramics to the way station. Off you go. That's the reason why I'm doing this.
I know. Where is my buddy bot?
There it is.
Okay. It's about to cross the...
That area, that's good.
Perfect.
Have a pleasant journey. Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Here's what we're gonna do, chat. We're still going to...
Hang by that area with all the ceramics, but we are going to get a buddy bot to do the carrying for us.
Have a pleasant journey.
I'm gonna pick that up. Can I put this into the truck?
I can.
The truck is almost completely full, but not totally yet.
Have a pleasant journey. Keep on keeping up.
Alright. First things first, we are going to
Hey, buddy bot, come with me. You're gonna help me. First thing first, we are going to camp out here until the rain stops.
long dry. Yeah.
We have a lot of shit we have to do.
Right, so
Let us check.
weather forecast.
Okay, all we have to do is wait 10 minutes and we should...
Have
Clear skies.
hope you're doing okay, Mitchell. Okay, now
We are going to go in here and grab as much ceramics as we can. Bot, you're coming with me.
carry this.
I said,
Carry this, motherfucker.
I need to sing without you, kid.
these as well.
Resin, so okay.
Okay. Now,
Let's head out of here. We are going to grab a large ceramic order from
the way station.
We're going to use the fact that the way station would have
Ceramics.
and is about to have ceramics delivered to it.
Awesome. How am I today? I'm doing good. We've completed a lot of roadworks today.
Although technically I actually napped for 7 hours early today.
So I kind of fucked up there a little bit, but
Otherwise I'm okay. Although we are currently approaching the end of the stream, we're going to be doing one last story quest and then we'll
call it a stream. Been going for 8 hours already. Got a lot of work done.
Technically this work was supposed to be done mostly off stream, but yeah. I was stuck in the story segment and I couldn't exit without watching a really important cutscene.
So,
and no choice but to watch the cutscene and then do all of this
with you guys.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Okay, now I want to claim.
Actually, how's the
ceramics here? I will claim it anyway.
we'll claim
This much ceramics. And we'll wait for the buddy bot to
catch up to us. Buddy bot. Come on.
plenty of ceramics. Can you take these?
You can.
Oh, fuck.
That.
Fell off.
Okay,
Let me grab this.
and
Can you load?
this? You can. Okay, good.
Right, this will be recycled here.
Recycle that for me, please. Thank you. Bye.
You're about to get more ceramics delivered to you anyway.
Get the fuck out of here. Nobody cares about your stupid face.
Thank you for your contribution.
Now we head back out to the Mountain Distro Center and deliver all these ceramics.
And then once we have these ceramics delivered to the Mountain Distro Center, we will grab materials for building a road.
And then
Once that's done, we will head out to meet the roboticists. And that'll be the final story mission today.
I think maybe. I think so. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Power skeleton level 3.
No, not worth taking. It's a good thing that I already put in all the effort to build all these dials, otherwise this drive would take so much longer. You have no idea, Chad.
I wonder why someone dropped resin there.
It's like so random. We also require resin. Right. Here's the Mountain Distro Center.
We will drop off
Some of the resin here.
and we will. I'll grab my equipment and
Beginning scan.
we
Scanning
will
bridges ID.
prepare to head back up to Mountain City.
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Tug decontaminating soon. All clear.
Morning,
Sam
Highland.
Bridges.
Welcome. Good morning.
Is it afternoon already for you?
Oh, that's fine though.
Alright, so
First things first.
make delivery of this huge consignment of metals as well. Okay, hang on.
Before we do that,
We need to make sure we don't waste anything. How much metals? We don't have 4 metals. Okay, let's dump it all in.
here you go. Happy deliveries.
So I got out the cutscene.
Yeah. I'm a baby.
You're going to erase my baby's memory.
There
Kyla.
you are. Everything all right? You're
I
a
hope,
goddamn hero.
I hope
you
they
know that.
don't erase babies'
Don't go dying
memories.
on us, whatever you do.
That'll make me sad. I want baby to stay with me forever.
And yeah, today's entire stream was almost entirely just roadworks and rep grinding. Oh wow, with just one delivery, ceramics have gone up to 4,000 again.
Oh, that's so good. Okay, I think we'll have enough materials to build the next stage of road, but
We're gonna wait until the buddy bot gets here first anyway.
You know, I still can't believe we've got a guy like you on our side. Thanks again for everything.
Good work. New order available. Please access.
did I have a lost cargo?
It's going to the doctor, so I'm keeping that.
Return that anchor. Why this random anchor here? I don't know.
Here you go.
Ching ching chong chong.
Nothing worth sending out my bots for. Shit. Anything heading towards the doctor that I can take?
I like Spider-Man. Iron Hill.
I've already done that. Fuck.
Hang on.
Does the doctor have any active quests right now?
So that we can max it.
Nope. All of his active quests are on standby. Fuck. That means we have to hope to find some boxes along the way to take to the doctor. I found one, but I think we need more.
Morning, Cass. Mwah. How you doing?
Hope you slept well. You too, Kylan. Hope you both of you slept well. Buddy bot is almost here.
I'll wait until the body bot gets here.
I built the road from
Here. All the way up here.
today. It is so much road, and I still have this road section to build out. Ugh. So much damn road.
How much
Material is at.
I don't know, see.
Yes, decent amount of metals and ceramics, but I don't see any orders. Wait, an order from the craftsman. Fuck.
I forgot about that.
Ah, well, that's fine. It's fine. Not gonna bother with that.
Arrow is very useful though. Yeah, I know.
It's just that,
So much busy work.
it's just fucking road constructor. Today's stream was almost entirely road constructor. Just heated some leftover noodles and made some sauce for it.
Took all the sauce you made. Okay. Okay.
I hope it was delicious. Nice simple breakfast. What's the point of building all that road? It's so that we can drive around. Driving is difficult without roads, and if we can build a road and link up the entire road network, then driving is a lot easier.
Pretty much. The whole point of
Building the roads is so that, yeah, we can shortcut all of the walking that would normally have to happen. Aye.
now we can recycle.
The buddy bot Recycle all of these, please. Shit, too much. Okay, do not recycle these.
Only recycle those.
Okay, good. Recycle those, and then here's what we're gonna do. We're going to pull out at least 800 ceramics from here. Load it onto the truck. Do I want to pull out more?
I could if I wanted to.
You know, we'll pull out this much just so that I don't have to come back down here to get it.
And
if I need to refresh this, I just... Yeah, we'll pull out this much. If I need to refresh this, I can just do that delivery I just did again.
Right. That's fine. It's good for straight time. Limited deliveries from other places without having to go all the way around.
There is that, but also it's... yeah, it just makes life a lot easier.
Parma sauce.
What's that?
Sounds delicious. What's Parma?
Thank you.
Okay, now that we have that,
I need to head back up here.
along the way we will keep an eye out for any delivery items headed towards the doctor.
Let's go. Have a quick charge. And off it goes. Parma.
Rose Parma. It's wait, it's actually rose?
Simply saute a bit of garlic olive oil.
Plain tomato sauce, then stir some cream and pump. Oh, so it's not actually made of rose. Olive oil, plain tomato sauce, cream and Parmesan cheese. Oh, that actually sounds good.
That sounds really nice. Maybe it was a powder mixer, it's just powder and milk.
Ah, I see. Okay, that sounds a lot less delicious. Since you mentioned that it's just
Powdered stuff.
how we also do that. Well, buy store-bought pasta sauces around here, so can't exactly complain.
Creamy pasta sauce with tomato and cheese. Oh, you're making me hungry.
I haven't eaten all stream. Okay, I have to check something. Did all of the terrorists regenerate? Yeah, they did. Fuck! Okay, fine, then we're just gonna ignore them. I cleared this area out completely, but the area didn't become a safe zone, so I'm guessing either the game bugged out or there's a story setting that made it so that this area doesn't get cleared out.
At this point of the story. That's annoying. Oh.
Safe travels.
Is there anything else you could go?
Need to go eat soon. I technically only eat once every 24. No, not 24. 12 hours. Yeah. Once every 12 hours.
So I'm still good, but I'm starting to get a little bit hungry.
Maybe eat some leftover spaghetti bolognese. That store-bought spaghetti bolognese sauce. The only thing we add was minced beef to it.
Right, that's going to the doctor.
Okay. Either eat that or
Cup noodle.
we'll see how I feel once I stream. Why is there a mazer gun here? That's such a random piece of equipment to be washed up at this section of the game. Mazer guns are useless.
Oh, I'm going to return it to the owner anyway. Let's go.
A sticky gun makes retrieving other people's shit so much easier. And that doctor thing, I think I can reach that from here.
Let's try.
Yep.
Oh, the sticky gun is so nice.
Such a nice quality of life tool.
So it's the sticky other people's shit. That's fine.
You thank me for it. You give me lots of likes for me getting my
Sticky stuff all over the...
armor plates. Okay, we don't... Well, I'm not gonna go across the river just to get all that shit. Instead, I just want that doctor.
Item. Come here.
Don't worry, don't worry.
Don't worry. I'll make sure to clean up the stuff before I deliver it back to them.
Or I think the city will clean it up for me. I'm sure the city disinfects stuff I deliver, right? Okay, ceramics are very, very high value, so I'm going to return this to its owner.
Bunch of chemicals.
Chemicals are high value, aren't they?
So,
Whoever lost those will want it back.
come here.
Blood bags, I don't care about that.
For sure, like,
Not worth it. Only 60. Ooh, that is a very large Enzyme of chemicals. We're gonna want to get that. How can I get to it though? Is there a ladder anywhere?
Any letters?
I want that.
I want.
Can I reach it from here?
I want.
God damn it! Why is it directly under the road?
Fuck.
Come on, come on, come on.
Come on, sir.
Gotcha!
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Calculated check. Well, deliver right here. This is the quality of Harpy deliveries.
And look at how much work Harpy Roadworks puts in. And don't forget how many people I've brought in via Harpy human trafficker.
I'll drive off the road now.
I'll be fine.
I'm good with trucks.
I'm awful with bikes, but I'm good with trucks.
I'll be fine.
Let us get these materials to the doctor first. We have to go off-road for this, but the doctor's house is
Not too far. Harpy deliveries.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo.
Hello, doctor.
I have some lost cargo for you. Okay, a lot of lost cargo. I didn't think I was carrying that much. All of these don't entrust to him. We're going to deliver these to the
City.
The city is a more centralized location.
So.
Delivering cargo.
Hello, Sam. It's a pleasure to see you again. I must say, seeing you go about your business really does put a spring in my step.
And yes, his woman really doesn't talk.
At all. I don't think I've heard her voice.
She literally just stands there quietly.
Never says anything. She only emails. So she's sits there quietly like a good woman. That's the man do the talking.
Is that enough to max it?
Yes! Managed to max it. Golden toadstool.
Owner's permission to rest. Alright. Wow, they really don't give you much when they level up, though, don't they?
Oh.
I ain't gonna complain.
Oh, by the way, I came across something I thought you might find useful. You're more than welcome to it.
The doctor's high capacity blood bags are pretty useful.
Yeah, I know, but
you don't get those other than just grinding the doctor. You can't manufacture them. Which means whenever I have anything like that, I end up just hoarding it and I never use it. I've yet to use a single chiralium boot, chiralium ladder, custom hematic grenade. I think I have like 20 custom hematic grenades back at the main distro center.
yeah, I never use anything.
I do so enjoy your
Because it's like
I can't
Even an
make
old man like
these.
me can
What
find
if
inspiration
what
in
if I
your
need
work.
to? What if I need it for something else? You know.
Good work.
I just
New
fucking
order
hoard
available.
everything. Eh. And might as well take this.
Why not?
This will be quick.
Load it onto a truck.
And let's head up.
Order assigned. Delivery parameters updated.
Yeah, I see a zipline set. Yeah, I saw the one outside the doctor isn't yours, but the one outside the
Take care, Sam.
mountain city is yours.
I,
I see a couple of your zip lines, not all of them, just one or two here and there.
unfortunately, with the way the structure spawning works, yeah, we'll never be able to see all of each other's structures. But
If I wanted to, I could use your zip line to form to help build out a network. I'm not too interested in building up a zipline network unless I need to reach a place that is very, very far out of the way that I can't reach otherwise with a vehicle.
so,
Hang on, let me deliver this so that
I had to think about this. Happy deliveries.
Hey, Sam. Look, I'm sorry to impose on you once again, but
Yeah.
you've helped a lot.
I don't even need a zip line to S-rank this.
Thanks, Sam. You're an inspiration to all of us.
Okay,
So far, the only zip line I built
is here.
to get to the Elder. I built a zip line from down here up to the Elder and then back down towards the Engineer. That's the only zip line I built, other than the one that they told us to build.
Here.
I think the only other place I'll build a zip line to is maybe heading from is maybe to get to the Timefall farm, just because driving to the Timefall farm requires we drive through this and fuck going through that. I need to figure out how your zipline network connected here. Other places I don't think I will build a zipline for because driving to the weather station doesn't take that long. Driving down here doesn't take that long. Maybe a zipline to here because here takes a while to get to, but I don't really see myself going back out there much anymore, so I feel like building a zipline there now will kind of be wasted resources.
So, yeah.
Yeah, the only zipline I might build to is to the Timefall farm and
That's it.
everything else can be connected by road. Maybe the roboticist, depending on where he is. The doctor is easy to get to. I can just drive around. I don't need zipline for that. Driving up and down this mountain is easy. It's unfortunate that by the time we unlock the zip lines, we've already practically completed this entire area, so we don't need to build the zip lines to go there anymore.
Available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Mission to connect various purpose in the mountain area.
We'll see what... currently the only one I know is the doctor and the roboticist. I'll see what the rest are like, if any.
Right. Let's return this. Lots of random junk.
I have a feeling, yeah, I know I mentioned this earlier, but I have a feeling a lot of people drop random junk into that river down there because they accidentally drive into the river thinking that it's crossable, but it's not.
I might have
driven my bike into the deep end of the river by accident earlier because it goes from shallow to deep in like a single length of the bike, and you get no warning. If you are driving at full speed, you do not get the terrain scanner doesn't tell you that that area is deep water in time, so you just drive into the water and then it goes sploosh and all of your shit just flows down river.
Let me recycle that. Recycle that. Okay,
Okay, shut the fuck up, bitch.
Thank you for
Okay,
your
how much is this?
let's see. 6200 minus 4960.
1240.
So
contribution.
I already have
1000 here, and I have 200 here. So I only need to claim 50 metals.
let's get that.
Right, let's
Done.
load that onto the truck.
Now
6930
minus 5540.
1390.
Okay,
Let me put all the ceramics into private locker first so that they're out of the way. 1390
is one of this. One of this. One of this.
and one of this.
Aye.
Load it onto the truck.
Recycle.
That should be enough.
For now. Recycle that for me, please.
Get the fuck out of here! Why do they insist on playing the fucking fanfare all the time?
Aye,
I need to craft one of
these and two of these.
I accidentally left them behind back at the distro center, but it's fine. These are cheap. Load that onto truck. I'll put these onto the truck.
Because you must feel the patriotism every time you recycle.
Ah, fuck Bridget Bridges. She's dead.
Nobody cares about her anymore.
Let me store the custom hermetics.
And
Alright.
now
I need to... Right, that's everything we need.
now let's see.
Orders for Sam. That's where the roboticist is. That's in the middle of fucking nowhere. Shit. What do we do here? Do we try to take a bike out? Or... Oh my god, the terrain is gonna be awful. Okay, you know what? This is what we're gonna do. We're going to
Thank you for your contribution.
build the road first, and then we'll come back and then we'll take the roboticist, and we will probably build a bike actually.
Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restrictions.
Who the hell left the truck up there?
I have no idea what the fuck that is.
But I'm not gonna explore it for now.
build this recharger is ass. You know what? You know what? This recharger is useless. Get the fuck out of here. And because it's there, it's preventing a better recharger from spawning. Oh, fuck that shit. I'm surprised that the porters are walking over the mountain like that. You think they would use the road? It's strange. Porters know how to use player structures, but they don't know how to use roads. Why is that? Let's go. Here we are. Oops. That's fine. Harpy Road works. Please construct a road for me. Thank you. Now in order to get the next section, I need to reconnect the chiral network there first. So... At least I hope that that area can be connected to the chiral network. I'd be pissed if that area can't be connected to the chiral. Oh god damn it. God fucking get off the fucking... There we go. Someone lost a power skeleton level 1 here? What? Are people actually using level 1 equipment all the way out here? Sometimes I wonder if someone actually lost a power skeleton there, or if the game's lost item spawning system has set slots where it will spawn player items and it just grabs from a pool of lost player items to put it into that slot, you know?
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
We'll return this to its owner.
gonna park the car and we're likely going to switch to a different vehicle.
We'll see what's available.
Wonder about random drop. Just random drop crap too. I wonder how people... Here's the thing about boss fights. During boss fights, the game will throw you items from people, but these items do not... Where are they being pulled from? Because they weren't left around in the area, were they? Like the boss fight for Mama. There was nothing there. Or at least in my game, I didn't see any dropped items anywhere, or at least not much. And yet when the Mama boss fight happened, lots of ghosts came to toss items at me. So I don't know how the game tracks all of these spare items that it gives to you as part of the boss fight or as part of populating lost items in the world. This game is very obtuse, and people have tried to guess how the game populates the items that it throws at you for boss fight, or items that are lost in the world, but nobody was able to figure it out exactly because it's all guesses. You have a weight limit, could be placed picking up something else and dropping less important shit. A power skeleton level 1 is not something we would find here though. Power skeleton is a very old equipment, and level 1 is even older. If someone were to use a power skeleton of somewhere near here, it would be a power skeleton level 3, not level 1. I have no idea where a power skeleton level 1 would have come from for it to get all the way up here. You don't really find those anymore. Even the terrorist camps drop speed skeletons level 2 and 3s. The boss fight items tossed by white BTs and lost items they specialize. Yeah, I know, but I don't know where the game is drawing those items from. Is it drawing the items from the players' owned items list in the entire world? Is it drawing it from the nearby cities items? Is it drawing it from some stash within a certain AoE of the boss fight? Is it spontaneously creating the items for those players out of thin air and just saying this player is the one who gives it to you even though the game created it for the player? I'm wondering where the game is drawing all of that. From a loot table of certain weapons you need at a time. Now the question is the loot table of items that players have created and have in storage somewhere? Or is it spontaneously creating the items and then saying this player gives it to you?
That's why I want to know.
Like, okay, a lot of the items that I found around here earlier, I can understand there being a lot of items there because people tend to accidentally drive into the river and lose their shit around here. So I can understand there being a lot of play items here being lost. And there being a lot of items being populated flowing down this river. I can understand that. That's probably organically lost play items, but the power skeleton up here in the middle of bumfuck nowhere where a power skeleton will no longer be used. I don't get how a power skeleton will get all the way up here. And during the boss fight with Mama over here, people don't drop shit around here, so yeah. Is it drawing the items from like the Salna City shared items locker, or is it just spontaneously creating the items, or is it drawing it from items from the entire map or some shit? I don't know. It's spontaneously creating them. You don't think you should tell me why you know just yet? Oh, okay. Interesting. So, Totally hiking, somebody should have been going. It's possible. I mean, it's possible to hike from the weather station up here if you really wanted to. It's very difficult, but you can. In fact, the AI porters are... We regularly see AI porters hiking the mountain trail, so it is possible. Just really difficult, but possible. So it's a story thing, huh? Story spoiler thing where that explains exactly how the mechanism of the ghosts that pop up to help you. Oh, interesting. Okay, then I won't ask too much more about it other than I'll just take your word for it that the items are spontaneously being created. Yeah, that was one thing I was wondering about for the longest time. So thank you for at least telling me that. Because otherwise I would have been racking my brain for God knows how long. Can I create 2 PPCs? Why don't I have 1 left? Eh? What happened to the second one? I thought I created 2. Yeah, we'll carry this ourselves. And we are going to put car in storage. Is there anything I can borrow? A bike. Ooh, someone left a long range bike here. Ching Ching Chong left a long range bike. I will take that. Thank you very much.
Stand clear.
You can see because I just got was similar. The same in another. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. Thank you, Ching Chong, Bing Bong, Bing Bong, for your bike. I'm definitely gonna use it, and I'm probably going to abandon it in the middle of a fucking mountain, but oh well. I appreciate it regardless. Tee. Orders for Sam. Highbound spring delivery for the roboticist. Yes, please. Load that onto the bot. We have some lost cargo for the roboticist, don't we?
Yeah.
We found 2 of these. Load these onto the bot as well.
Alright, let's head out.
Order assigned.
Okay.
Ching chong, bye. Let's go.
Give it a sign, Kylon. Even though technically that sign is so close to where we start that I can't control.
The vehicle. It suddenly just speeds up for no reason. Yeah, fuck off. I don't care about you.
Headquarters.
You guys doing okay?
Actually, you know what? I want to like them.
Is the border?
Hey,
Good luck.
nah, well, I don't need that
Shit is.
resource compared to what I have.
Alright,
Now let's see. Where is the target there? Let's plan a route to get there. Yeah, BT's here, really. You expect me to make a delivery to this motherfucker through BT territory? Maybe I can avoid them a little bit. Maybe I can climb up the mountain here? And then head back down here.
let's try.
I got it. Get fucking. Yeah.
Fuck. Oh! I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
I think someone's bike fell off the road here.
Oh.
Okay, let's see here.
This is where the BTs are.
According to other players. So I want to avoid this location.
In that case, let's keep going further on.
Alright. If we wait 20 minutes in the timefall shelter, we could... have clear...
Yeah, we're going to.
We're gonna build a timefall shelter around here and then... and wait 20 minutes and then we'll try to make the crossing once the weather is cleared up.
First things first.
Timefall shelter. Can I build can I build it in here?
I can.
Okay, I'm going to want to come back here and buddy bot detected. Get the fuck out of here, buddy bot. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna want to come back here and bring some metals to upgrade this eventually, but
We'll do it later. For now,
we'll just wait here.
Construction complete.
okay. Buddy bot, get in here and get the shit repaired.
Move, you motherfucker! Seriously? Come on!
There we go.
Bitch!
Alright, let's pass some time here.
And the weather is clear.
Perfect. Alright,
This should make this... Wait, no, the weather here cleared out. Fuck! Okay, we need to wait 10 more minutes and then that will clear. We want that area to clear.
not this area, so let us
Can I not wait here, really? Are you serious, game? Oh, you gotta be fucking shitting me! Yeah. Damn it, I need time to pass. But the game won't let me pass time when it's not raining, really?
fucking really.
Ugh. Oh well, guess we're waiting here for
5 to 10 minutes. And get ready for VSC. Alright, Cass. Good luck. Have fun. Mwah. God damn it.
It's annoying. Yeah. You know what? Fuck it, we'll just go.
We'll just go.
Maybe
lighter where it would make it so that there's no BTs.
Maybe.
Alright,
Let's see here.
I'll travel along this storm edge here.
Oh shit.
Where?
Directly ahead of us, isn't it? Fuck.
Yeah, look at that.
God damn it.
Okay, now since we're here,
Let me go and grab those metals.
we can use that for building.
Fuck. No, they're inside BT territory.
Fuck.
One annoying thing about this game is that it's hard to tell how time passes.
In this game? Okay, now I can pass time.
Right. Okay, hopefully now that is clear.
I'll focus. I may not the whale now.
Thank you, bot. You probably won't be able to follow me where I'm going.
Now let's see if
This area is
clear BTs. Is it clear?
okay. It's clear.
Good. Let's get in and get out while we can.
Buddy,
Go home.
wait, where is the water is?
There it is. Okay, getting up here to max out this guy's reputation. That might be worth building a zipline network too.
Just so I don't have to worry about all of the BTs between me and this guy.
Happy delivery.
Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until the weapons restrictions lifted.
You have
Shit! Right over here.
oh god.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified.
Hot spring!
Ooh, another special hot spring.
Oh!
Definitely need to.
Need to put my mark down here.
Create a sign.
Ah!
I said create a fucking sign!
Where's the time for us? There it is.
There we go.
Ah, this is only making me want to go to an onsen again.
The mountain region is filled with BTs, but yes, you can even have zip line right to the middle of the BT area and be safe.
Unless you get off.
Alright, I'll keep that in mind.
Ba-ban, ba-ban, ban, ban. Ban, 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 ban. Ban, 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 ban.
Only one guy.
Ban, 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 ban,
Oh, it's the
ban.
bike owner.
EU Dana. EU Dana. Now this is living. That's the stuff. Oh, hell yeah. That's the stuff. Now this is living. Soak it in, Sam. Soak it in.
Alright, let's get out of here.
This is a very nice hot spring. Okay, yeah, it'll be worth... Building a zip line up here will be worthwhile just to access this hot spring. A zip line from the weather station to get
To here.
and then to the roboticist. I think that's how I'm gonna build the zip liner.
Happy deliveries. Hello? Anyone home? Are you Eggman? Dr. Robotnik? Hello?
Hopefully I can see some of your zip lines too. Yeah, well, I'll give it some time to populate.
We'll see what happens.
Delivering cargo.
And then I'll plan out my own addition to your zipline network.
Oh, you made it.
You're not Dr. Robotnik.
Handled with care, I see.
I was promised Dr. Robotnik.
Who the hell are you? You are neither a doctor nor a Robotnik.
I'm very disappointed, chat.
This game lied to me. Here's your fucking garbage. Fake roboticist.
I hear you're the one to talk to about the chiral network. Is it true that a contractor let me access your schematics and so forth? I want to share my research with everyone. Let them read it. Let them learn from it, like I learned from their work. Make me a part of the UCA.
Alright,
Here's a fucking jizz.
fake Robotnik. Well, at least she was easy to convince to join the UCA.
Alter. Ooh, what's this? Is that snowshoes?
It's gotta be snowshoes, isn't it?
You will need to access other base structures. Yep, yep.
Very good, very good. Guess we're in this together now, Sam. I'd love to show you around the place, but it's a terrible mess.
Thanks, Sam. BB-28 appears to be on the road to recovery. Its affinity with the other side is growing stronger, as we hoped. The convulsions and spasms have ceased as well. I know it's tough out there without a BB, but you've got to keep on fighting the good fight. Just like the kid is. Just like BB-28 is.
You keep
Ben,
telling me that BB
we've
is a
received an
tool,
order from
and
the
yet
client.
you
Check
now
the
you
terminal
call
in Mountain Knot City for the details.
now you
and
call
do it
BB a
soon.
kid.
Sounds like
What?
someone is in need of medicine.
Okay, I'm not gonna question it.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery.
Wow.
Deliveries to all those other people, huh? Technically, I've already completed all of it. Teehee. Oh, I should say I maxed them. So, I will send bots out to deliver these. Well, these items I'll do it myself.
Bots, go.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
Actually drove all the way around to the boss.
On the weather station with a truck. Well, you drove out there from the weather station, really?
I drove here from
The mountain city because
I already built the road all the way up here. And I've started building this section of the road as well. I just need to connect it. 2 more builders and this road will be ready.
Alright, hang on. Do
Is that your zipline? Hang on, I saw a zipline up here.
where is it?
Where's one I saw? There it is.
Yep, that's yours. Your zip line's here.
This will make connecting it to Mountain Knot City easier. I'll figure out a way to connect it all together myself with what I have available. Might might get it up the mountain and then try to connect to one of these guys and then back down to the mountain city. We'll see. We'll see. I'll plan it out on off stream. There's gonna be a lot of terrain surveying that needs to happen before I can actually start building. So.
Oh, that's the roboticist's custom-made active skeleton, isn't it? Should be a big help on mountain trails or any lousy road, come to think of it.
The stay upright and invisibility is less reliable to slip and sleuth. And endurance gauge also drain half speed on steep slopes. Further improve stability and prevent your endurance gauge from draining at all. Be aware that boosting will drain battery. So I need to decide if I want speed or terrain, huh? I'm probably not gonna build this right now anyway because I want to get to higher level. But yeah, I'll decide on this later. Fairbound Springs, fog warning, okay. Let's get back to Mountain Knot City and see what they want. And we'll end there. There's a zipline. Also weather. Okay, it's still clear. We can try to get back out of here before the weather turns. Let's go. Oh wow, there's even a safe house up here. What do you have in your safe house? Very meh. I saw 400 metal nearby, didn't I? Oh. Where was it? It was somewhere. It's 200. There, the 400 metal. We'll grab that, head back to my shelter, upgrade it, and then we'll head back to the city. Perfect. Get back to the shelter. It's over there. What? How'd that damage my stuff? I call bullshit. I'm sure the suspension could take it. Oh, god damn it.
Sam, you We've got a broken container spewing bog as we speak. Patch the leak with repair spray, or get to the nearest timefall shelter ASAP. If neither is an option, then double time it to your destination. Staff there should be able to deal with it.
We're fine. Right, structure menu. Upgrade structure.
Metals.
And really? Now we customize and
I think.
I use Mama. We got what we needed.
I might build a charging station here one day, but nah, I don't really think it's necessary. There's a charging. Should I build a charging station here? Thinking about it, people, I don't think they really use it that often, so I don't think it's necessary.
But the timefall shelter, that's really useful.
So I will stick on this one.
It's right to go around here.
Yeah, I don't think people will come up here that often, so I probably won't build a charging station. I'll just use and leave the timefall shelter there. Fuck! Fuck, 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 fuck! Fuck, we need a timefall shelter. Fuck! Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on! Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on! Don't stop me right there! Oh, come on! You serious? Fucking... Are you fucking serious? It was right there! You gotta be fucking shitting me! Ah! You got... Motherfucking... Yeah! Shut the fuck up!
Order assigned.
Okay, hang on a second.
I'm not going to bother looking for those metals. I'm gonna claim the metals from right here. Give me that shit! God fucking damn it!
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verify weapons restrictions lifted. Beginning
Oh, God.
scan. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Give me that! Pissed! Fucking pissed! Yeah, God damn it. Hang on.
Hang on.
Like this?
Yeah.
Killed Candy. Thank you for the bridge. This will make things easier.
Alright, my time fall shelters down there.
To get to it.
Gently.
There's one thing I find really annoying about some of the...
Sam, you've got a broken container spewing bog as we speak. Patch the leak with repair spray, or get to the nearest timefall shelter ASAP. If neither is an option, then double time it to your destination. Staff there should be able to deal with it.
Yeah.
If there's one really annoying thing about how people build timefall shelters in this game is that they build them be just inside the alert for the inside the BT alert thing, not outside of it. Why people do that, I don't know. People are fucking dumbasses. You can't rest in a fucking timefall shelter once you are alerted to BTs. You have to build it directly just outside the fucking zone. I can't tell you how many fucking useless shelters I've come across because dumbasses build it inside the BT alert area, not outside of it. This is fucking... Ugh. Can't trust anyone in this fucking game. Yeah, I'm fucking pissed.
Structure upgraded.
like
If you were to go and look at my
I'd build a shelter.
somewhere here. Yeah, okay, you see this shelter? You see this shelter that I built? It is right beyond the edge of the BT alert signal that you get from entering from the BTs in this zone. In fact, it is so close that if you travel beyond halfway past this shelter, you will be alerted to BT. So you just need to back up a bit and make sure you're not, you don't travel beyond halfway beyond this shelter. If you want to grab all the ceramics and all that stuff here, you can use this shelter. It is far enough away that you can rest here and wait for the rain to pass, and then once the rain passes, you can go in and grab all the shit. I actually build useful shelters. So many fucking dumbass people build shelters inside the fucking alert area, at which point you can't rest anymore. You can't rest, you can't wait for the rain to pass, you can't do anything. You just stand there doing nothing, pretty much. Can't even pass time because the BTs are too close. This is fucking... Yeah. There are quite a number of shelters back in the starter area that were built inside BT alert zones, and I learned eventually that to be pissed off at those dumbass Norman readers is because they built it inside the alert area. I ended up having to build my own fucking shelter outside the alert area because their shelters were useless. Actually, you know what? Hang on.
I have an idea.
What if I have the buddy bot carry that shit for me?
Yeah, I should do that.
Buddy bot.
Buddy bot, get over here. Last time in the shelter.
It should allow Bodybot to immediately
Get to us.
Bodybot?
There you are. Okay, buddy bot.
No! Fucking context sensitive button, no! Open cargo menu. Vault container. Launch the Bodybot.
Okay.
Bodybot, you carry that.
Yeah.
You don't care if the container spews Vogue on you.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, this fucking timefall shelter is fucking useless. You see? It is... Okay, you see what happens when I try to rest here. Can't rest.
Can't pass time.
This fucking shelter is useless. Get the fuck out of here. You're garbage.
Structure dismantled. Beginning scan. Scanning bridges.
Which cargo goes where? That goes to the doctor. Okay, I'm gonna deliver this to the doctor first.
And
Clear.
The bot should have enough time to catch up with me to...
Weapons restriction.
get rid of Valk thing. Oh,
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
happy deliveries.
ID.
I was seeing hot llama with handcuffs.
All weapons.
Sadly kinky. I mean, we're all wearing handcuffs, aren't we?
We all got a shelter right in the middle of BTs who can attack you in the cemetery.
Delivery
That's a cemetery.
I don't know what that area is. All I know is that it looks scary, so
A delivery?
I've been avoiding
Oh,
that.
good. Excellent. Everything appears to be in perfect condition.
Although to be fair, building a shelter in the middle of BT territory, that serves a purpose because you can use
You can use that shelter as a staging area. You can dip in there to repair your equipment. You can dip in there to try to kill BTs from inside. You can use it almost as a bunker from the rain at the very least. So yeah, building a shelter in the middle of BT zones has a function. Building it immediately outside BT zones has a function. Building it just within the edge of the BT zone, that is fucking useless. That you are not close enough to use it as a
More
staging
than welcome.
ground to attack BTs from there, and you are too close to be able to pass time. So yeah, the fucking idiots who built the damn things at the just
You
within the
remember
edge.
not-
those are worthless.
Good work.
We have a mission to deliver to the roboticists. I'll do that on my own time.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
Off stream grinding.
Drop off stream grinding.
Listen to your body, don't overdo it.
Request restrictions lifted.
Oh! I'm okay.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Oh god. Okay, we're fine. We're fine.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Excuse me. Oops. Oh god damn it. Ugh.
Decontaminating suit. Footwear condition poor. Replacement is advised.
Give me that.
Decontaminating suit. Footwear condition poor. Replacement is advised.
Okay, we'll wait for the
Bot to come back and
we'll be done.
good.
Make delivery. Happy deliveries.
Got some weird poison gas thing for you.
Hey, Sam. Welcome back. Tough journey as always, I bet. Wow, you really took great care of everything. I mean, honestly, you'd be hard-pressed to call this anything less than perfect.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sam. You're an inspiration to all of us.
Hi.
Let us
Good work. New order available. Please have.
see what's available. Mountaineer. In the middle of bumfuck nowhere again.
Oh.
I'm gonna do some off stream grinding and then we'll make contact with the Mountaineer next stream, I think.
Everything should be good. Put it into a locker. Right, let's first.
Your work is greatly
Get ready to...
End stream.
This bike might see more use than I initially anticipated. All the people here are pretty hard to reach technically.
Zip lines make it easy.
Yeah, once I know where everyone is, then I will plan out the zipline network.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Maybe I'll start building the zipline to the roboticist first.
Because I already see your construction there, and it shouldn't be too hard for me to link up with you.
And with some of the other ziplines.
Nice.
Time to relax for a little bit before we run.
starting to learn how to make use of the body bond.
Meow. I'm the doctor.
Have you been using the high capacity? No, I'm a hoarder.
I can't bear to use them because I never know when I need them. Simply not feasible at the moment. Ordinary materials won't suffice. Requires chiro.
Of course it does.
Yeah.
Fabricate them here. Sorry, Sam. Yeah. Well, at the very least, you're relatively close to mountain, not city.
Have you been using your all-terrain skeleton? Would you believe that some porters don't like them? Too functional or something. Have you actually tried to use one? Yeah, then.
Lets you power through snowdrifts and rather rocky terrain.
Go small lets you charge up slopes and across rivers.
Oh, so it also helps with crossing rivers. Okay, that's good. Doesn't actually help you carry any more cargo.
I'll stop mourning while I'm on this for now. Use your skeleton.
Yeah, I'm not going to use the skeleton until I get the higher rank version. I can't actually go to get
these pickups at the crater until I get my BB back because I don't get dare going to any BT territory without BB. So
I'm gonna have to wait and try to remember to get these later. Still haven't gotten them yet.
Rotting blood packs vampire. Ah, it's my own blood, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Alright, I can't remember if you were here for this, but I fixed up my bag loadout.
3 large grenade pouches, a spare ammo container, and a utility pouch.
That's my loadout currently.
I wish I could fit the battery with ammo and grenades and utility somehow, but the battery is still too large.
Unfortunately. So
I had to sacrifice the battery. If I could figure out a way to get the battery and ammo with some utility and grenades together, then that'll be good, but unfortunately there's no way for me to fit all of that right now. I can only, if I were to try to fit the battery and ammo, I can only take 3 small grenade pouches. No more than that.
there's no way for me to fit this plus battery.
Or this plus battery plus the large grenade pouch.
Unfortunately, I tried. How did the doctor get all the blood from me in the first place? Apparently my blood is being delivered to other people. Not just me, so,
Yeah, I should just assume that everyone has my blood now. How's my backpack cover? Ah, 26%. It's still got plenty. I really like the weather talisman. Such nice utility. Randomly clears weather for you.
From what I can tell.
As much as I would like to be able to sneak better versus the BTs, this is just much more useful all around. I'm rarely sneaking that close to BTs, I just shoot them.
There's the pouches you run with too.
I've heard that people prefer to run battery plus grenades plus utility. They don't really like the ammo container. But I like having ammo. More ammo.
Hi Kai. Welcome back by Robotic Man. I've been going for
Almost 10 hours, wow.
okay, yeah.
Been going for way too long.
I need to end now.
Yeah, time for us to
And for today, chat. Thank you everyone for being here. Whether you're looking or chatting. I love you all. Hope everyone enjoyed today's stream, and I hope to see you next time. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Thank you so much.
You also could not need as much blood. In BT's raid first and then shoot those areas regular. Here's the thing. What I'm wondering is, does painted red non-lethal bullets do the same amount of damage as painted red lethal bullets, or no? Because I know people said that the highest DPS you could do versus bosses is to grenade their face and then blood bomb their face and then fire lethal rounds into them. You think you're supposed to use lethal rounds?
Yeah.
The problem with that is the only time you would ever use the whole grenade plus lethal rounds is when you're fighting BT bosses, and the game will surprise you with BT bosses all the time. There's often no warning at all as to when the BT boss will appear, so what are you supposed to do? Lug around a lethal gun that you will never use outside of fighting a BT boss? That's very mafan, to be honest. So honestly, I've just started carrying non-lethal rounds in general. And then if I want to fight a BT boss, I'll just throw grenades and use hermetic rounds. Or worst come to worst, I'll use grenades and non-lethal rounds. Maybe that'll do damage, I don't know. It's hard to tell. I see the damage effect though, so hopefully it does do damage. Currently, right now, the only lethal gun I'm carrying is the handgun. And that's only because I don't have a non-lethal handgun.
All you see. See what?
Maybe I'll keep my handgun as the lethal option and use that against BTs. Either that or use a shotgun if I ever get a shotgun.
I still can't craft shotguns, can I?
I can only craft handguns and assault rifles, not shotguns. If there's some other way to inflict damage onto the BT with some other lethal weapon besides a gun, then maybe I'll use that. But for now, yeah, having this grenades a boss in the face and then swap the handgun is very mafan. Or at the very least, it's very difficult because the last time I did that, I was fighting the 3 dog bosses, and keeping track of all 3 dog bosses was very difficult. I have fought a boss outside of the storyline. I think I fought 2 bosses outside the storyline just to hunt them for chiralium and to clear vein and stuff. And even then, the whole like grenade them in the face and then switch gun quickly and shoot them was difficult. Because you have to grenade them and turn and shoot while also keeping your distance from them, which is very difficult. Because the boss will, I believe he will 2-shot me, if I'm not mistaken.
It's hard to perform that combo without putting myself at risk of dying.
With a grenade it's easy, you just throw a grenade and run. Or with hematic rounds it's easy, you just spray a little bit and then you run. But grenade and then switch gun and then spray as much as you can before the blood disappears, that's really difficult to do.
I'm not going to worry too much about it. I'm done, sure.
Let me thank my usual extra more supporters. Thank you to
Lucky, Crab, Ras, .gov, Oxy, and Maka for always giving me a big tip energy. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
And next up, thank you to Leah, Maka, Sakito, Kylon, Lucky, Shu, DJ, Cascot, Reactor, and Dova112 for supporting me on Patreon and Fansly. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, if anyone was here right now or checking the VOD later, remember to hit that like and subscribe button down below. Gotta feed the YouTube algorithm after all.
And okay, well done. I'm tired and I'm hungry. I'm gonna go get something to eat, so I'll see you guys again.
Pathfinder is gonna happen on Saturday as usual, but besides that, I hope to do at least one other stream, maybe on Fansly or Twitch. I'll let you guys know on my Discord, alright?
I'll see you again soon. Bye bye. I wonder what I should eat. Leftover spaghetti or cup noodles? Oh, my throat is dry. These longer streams are always really harsh on my throat.